Chapter 26 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 26. The Look in a Woman's Eyes. Next morning Hattie MacGregor, after she had fed him his morning's meal, said casually to Reivers, "You have about 6 days more to pump my uncle and get all he knows about my father's mine. In 6 days you should be strong enough to travel, and so long and no longer do I keep you." "6 days?" repeated Reivers. "I may take it into my head to start before." "And that's all the good that would do you," she replied promptly. "You don't go from here until you are firm on your feet, and that will be 6 days about." "Your interest flatters me," he mocked. "Interest?" Her laugh was bitter. "No stray, wounded cur even goes from this camp till he's fit to rustle a living on the trail. I could do no less even for you." "And if I should make up my mind and go?" "I would shoot you if necessary to keep you here till my duty by you is done." "You spitfire!" laughed Reivers, hiding the admiration that leaped into his eyes. "And what makes you think I'm going hunting for this alleged mine when I depart from your too warm hospitality?" "Pooh! 'Tis easy enough to see that you're that kind, you with your long, hungry nose. I was watching you when my uncle babbled away last night. You've not a thing in the world but the clothes you stand in. What would you do but go snooping around when you hear of gold? I see it in your mean eyes. Well, seek all you please. You're welcome. You'll not interfere with our quest. In the first place, you have not the heart to stay on the trail long enough to succeed. In the second, you'd backtrack quick enough did you once come face to face with Shanty-Moir. And I suppose this bad man, Shanty-Moir, will quail when he sees your red hair? Or perhaps you expect to charm him as you charmed the gentleman who had you tied on the sledge?" "I do not know that," she said without irritation. "But I do know that my uncle and I will run Shanty-Moir to earth, and that he will pay in full for the wrong he has done." "You silly, childish fool!" he broke out. "Haven't you brains enough to realize what an impossible wild goose chase you're on? Since it took your father 5 years to find the mine, you ought to realize that it's pretty hard to locate. Since he didn't find it until this Moir, a prospector, came to help him, you ought to understand that it takes a miner to find it. You're no miner. Your uncle is no miner. You've neither of you had the slightest experience in this sort of thing. You wouldn't know the signs if you saw them. You'll go wandering aimlessly around, maybe walking over Shanty-Moir's head, because since nobody has stumbled across his camp, it must be so well hidden that it can't be seen unless you know right where to look. Find it? You're a couple of children." "Mayhap. But we are not so aimless as you may think. We go to 50 Mile and to Dumont's camp and stay. Sooner or later Shanty-Moir will come there to throw my father's gold over the bars, and to worse. It may be a month, a year, it doesn't make any difference. But I suppose a great man like you has a quicker and surer way of doing it?" "I have," said Reivers. "No doubt. I could see your eyes grow greedy when you heard my uncle tell of gold." "Oh, no, not especially," taunted Reivers. "The gold is an incident. Shanty-Moir is what interests me. He seems to be a gentleman of parts. I'm going to get him. I'm going to bring you face to face with him. I want to see if you could make good the strong talk you've been dealing out as to what you would do. You interest me that way, Miss MacGregor, and that way only. It will be an interesting experiment to get you Shanty-Moir." "Thank Heaven," she said grimly. "We'll soon be rid of you and your big talk. Then I can forget that any man gave me the name you gave me and live to brag about it afterward." He laughed as one laughs at a petulant child. "You will never forget me," he said. "You know that you will not forget me, if you live 1,000 years." "I have forgotten better men than you," she said, and went out, slamming the door. That evening Reivers sat up by the fire and further plied old MacGregor with questions concerning the mine. "You say that your brother claimed the mine lay to the north," he said. "I suppose you have searched the north first of all?" "For a month I have done nothing else," was the reply. "I have not gone far enough north. My brother James said it lay north from here, and 'twas north he and Shanty-Moir went when they started on their last trip together, from which my brother did not return or send word. Dumont's Camp and 50 Mile, where Moir's been on sprees, lay to the west. Northwest, aye. 4 days' hard mushing to 50 Mile. Dumont's hell-hole's a day beyond." "And you think the mine lies to the north of that?" "Aye. More like in a direct line north of here, for 'twas so they went when they left here." Reivers hid the smile of triumph that struggled on his lips. The Dead Lands were strange country to him, but in the land north of 50 Mile he was at home. In his wanderings he had spent months in that country in company with many other deluded men who thought to dig gold out of the bare, frozen tundra. He had found no gold there, and neither had anyone else. There was no gold up there, could be none there, and, what was more important to him just now, there was no rock formation, nothing but muskeg and tundra. The mine could not be up north. It must, however, be within easy mushing distance of 50 Mile and Dumont's Camp, say 2 or 3 days, else Shanty-Moir would not have hied himself to these settlements when the need for riot and wassail overcame him. "You know the ground between here and 50 Mile, I suppose?" he said suddenly. "'Tis my trapping ground," replied MacGregor. So the mine couldn't be east of the settlements. It was to the west or the south. "Your brother was particularly careful to keep the location of his find secret even from you?" "Aye," said MacGregor sorrowfully. "It had gone to his head, he had searched so long, and the find was so big. He took no chances that I might know it, or his daughter Hattie, only the thief, Shanty-Moir. And he said that the mine lay to the north. That might mean that it lay to the south. West or south of the settlements, there his search would lie. It was new country to him, and, as MacGregor well knew before he gave him his confidence, a man not knowing the land might wander aimlessly for years without covering those vast broken reaches. But MacGregor did not know of the Chippewa squaw, Tilly, and her people. "And now I suppose you will be able to find it soon," snapped Hattie MacGregor, "now that you have pumped my uncle dry." "I will," said Reivers. "I'll be there waiting for you when you come along." And Duncan MacGregor chuckled deeply. For the remainder of his stay at the cabin, Reivers maintained a sullen silence toward the girl. Had she been different, had she affected him differently, he would have cursed her for daring to disturb him even to this slight extent. But he knew that if she had been different, she would not have disturbed him at all. Well, he would soon be away, and then he would forget her. He had an object again. His nature was such that he craved power and dominance over men as another man craves food. He would not live at all unless he had power. He had used this power too ruthlessly at Cameron Dam Camp, and it had been wrested from him. For the time being, He was down among the herd. But not for long. Shanty-Moir had a mine someplace south or west of the settlements, and the mine yielded gold nuggets and gold dust for Shanty-Moir to fling across the bars. Gold spells power. Given gold, Reivers would have back his old-time power over men, aye, and over women. Not merely a power up there in the frozen north, but in the world to which he had long ago belonged, the world of men in dress clothes, of light and soft rugs, or women, soft-speaking women, shimmery gowns and white shoulders, their eyes and apparel a constant invitation to the great adventure of love. After all, that was the world that he belonged in. And gold would give him power there, and in that whirl he would forget this red-haired semi-savage who looked him in the eye as no other woman ever had dared. His fists clenched as his thoughts lighted up the future. The Snow Burner had died, but he would live again, and he would forget, absolutely and completely, Hattie MacGregor. On the morning of the 6th day, Duncan MacGregor gravely placed before him outside the cabin door a pair of light snowshoes and a grub bag filled with food for 4 days. Reivers strapped on the snowshoes and ran his arms through the bag straps without a word. "Stranger," said MacGregor, holding out his hand, "I did not like you when first I saw you. I do not say I like you now. But shake hands." Reivers hurriedly shook hands and tore himself away. He had resolved to go without seeing Hattie, and he was inwardly raging at himself because he found this resolution hard to keep. He laid his course for the nearest rise of land, half a mile away. Once over the rise, the cabin would be shut out of sight, and even though he should weaken and look back, there would be no danger of letting her see. Bent far over, head down, lunging along with the cunning strides of the trained snowshoer, he topped the rise and dropped down on the farther side. There he paused to rest himself and draw breath, and as he stood there, Hattie MacGregor and her dog team swept at right angles across his trail. She was riding boy fashion, half sitting, half lying on the empty sledge, driving the dogs furiously for their daily exercise. She did not speak. She merely looked up at him as she went past. Then she was gone in a flurry of snow, and Reivers went forth on his quest of power, with a curse on his lips and in his heart the determination that no weakening memories of a girl's wistful eyes should interfere with his aim. End of chapter 26. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 27 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 27. On the Trail of Fortune. Reivers traveled steadily for an hour at the best pace that was in him. It was not a good pace, for he was far from being in his old physical condition, and the lift and swing of a snowshoe will cramp the calves and ankle tendons of a man grown soft from long bed-lying, no matter how cunning may be his stride. He swore a little at first over his slow progress. He was like a wolf suddenly released from a trap, who desires to travel far, swiftly, and instantly, and who finds that the trap has made him lame. Reivers wanted to put the MacGregor's cabin, and the scenes about it, which might remind him of Hattie, behind him with a rush. But the rush, he soon found, threatened to cripple him, so he must perforce give it up. The trail that he had set out to make was not one that any man, least of all one recently convalescent, could hope to cover in a single burst of speed. He was going to the winter camp of the people of Tillie, the squaw. The camp lay somewhere in the northwest. How far away he did not know, and it was no part of his plans to arrive at the camp of the Chippewas depleted in energy and resource. The role he had set out to play now called for the character of the Snow Burner at his best, dominant, unconquerable. Therefore, when he found that his first efforts at speed threatened to cripple him with the treacherous snowshoe cramp, he resigned himself to a pace which would have shamed him had he been in good condition. It was poor snowshoeing, but at the end of an hour he had placed between himself and all possible sight of Hattie MacGregor the first ragged rock ramparts of the Dead Lands, and he was content. On the western slope of a low ridge he unstrapped his snowshoes and sat down on a bare boulder for a rest. His heart throbbed nervously from his exertion, and his lungs gasped weakly. But with each breath of the crisp air his strength was coming back to him, and in his head the brains of the Snow Burner worked as of old. He smiled with great self-satisfaction. He was not considering his condition, was not counting the difficulties that lay in his path. He was merely picturing, with lightning-like play of that powerful mental machinery of his, the desperate nature of the adventure toward which he was traveling. It was desperate enough even to thrill Hell Camp Reivers, for probably never did born adventurer set forth of his own free will on a more deadly, more hopeless-looking trail. As he sat on the rock there in the Dead Lands, Reivers was in better condition than on his flight from Cameron Dam Camp to this extent. The bullet hole in his shoulder was healed, and he had recuperated from the fever brought on by exposure and exhaustion. That was all. He was still the bare man with empty hands. He possessed nothing in the world but the clothes he stood in, the food on his back, and the gift snowshoes on his feet. He had not even a knife that might be called a weapon, for the case knife that old MacGregor had given him upon parting could scarcely be reckoned such. In this condition he was setting forth, first to find a cunningly hidden mine, second, to take it and keep it for his own from one Shanty-Moir, who treated his henchmen like dogs and was looked up to as a chieftain. The Snow Burner lived again as he contemplated the possibility of a clash with Moir. If what the MacGregors had said was true, Shanty-Moir was a boss man himself. And as instinctively and eagerly as one 10-pronged buck tears straight through timber, swamp, and water to battle with another buck whose deep-voiced challenge proclaims him similarly a giant, so Reivers was going toward Shanty-Moir. He leaped to his feet with flashing eyes at the thought of what was coming. Then he remembered his weakened condition and sat down again. For the immediate present, until his full strength returned, he must make craft take the place of strength. When he was ready to start again, Reivers took his bearings from the sun, it being a clear day, and laid his trail as straight toward the northwest as the formation of the Dead Lands would allow. He slept that night by a hot spring. A tiny rivulet ran unfrozen from the spring southward down into the maze of barren stone, a thread of dark, steaming water wandering through the white, frozen snow. Had he been a little less tired with the day's march, Reivers might have paid more attention to this phenomenon that evening. In the morning he awoke with such eagerness to be on toward his adventure that he marched off without bestowing on the stream more than a casual glance. And later he came to curse his carelessness. Bearing steadily toward the northwest, his course lay in the Dead Lands for the greater part of the day. Shortly before sundown, he saw with relief that ahead the rocks and ridges gave way to the flat tundra, with small clumps of stunted willows dotting the flatness like tiny islands in a sea of snow. Reivers quickened his pace. Out on the tundra, he hurried straight to the nearest bunch of willows. Even at a distance of several rods, the chewed white branches of the willows told him their story, and he gave vent to a shout of relief. The caribou had been feeding there. The Chippewas lived on the caribou in winter. He had only to follow the trail of the animals and he would soon run across the moccasin tracks of his friends, the Indians. Luck favored him more than he hoped for. At his shout there was a crash in a clump of willows 100 yards ahead, and a bull caribou lumbered clumsily into the open. At the sight of him the beast snorted loudly and turned and ran. From right and left came other crashes, and in the gathering dusk the herd which had been stripping the willows fled in the wake of the sentinel bull, their ungainly gait whipping them out of sight and hearing in uncanny fashion. Reivers smiled. The camp of Tillie's people would not be far from the feeding ground of the caribou. He ate his cold supper, crawled into the shelter of the willows, and went to sleep. Dry, drifting snow half hid the tracks of the caribou during the night, and in the morning he was forced to wait for the late-coming daylight before picking up the trail. The herd had gone straight westward, and Reivers followed the signs, his eyes constantly scanning the snow for moccasin tracks or other evidence of human beings. In the middle of the forenoon, in a birch and willow swamp, he jumped the animals again. They caught his scent at a mile's distance, and Reivers crouched down and watched avidly as they streaked from the swamp to security. To the north of the swamp lay the open, snow-covered tundra, where even the knife-like forehoof of the caribou would have hard time to dig out a living in the dead of winter. To the south lay clumps of brush and stunted trees, ideal shelter and feed. The animals went north. Reivers nodded in great satisfaction. There were wolves or Indians to the south, probably the latter. Accordingly, he turned southward. Toward noon he found his first moccasin track, evidently the trail of a single hunter who had come northward, but not quite far enough, on a hunt for caribou. The track looped back southward and Reivers trailed it. Soon a set of snowshoe tracks joined the moccasins, and Reivers, after a close scrutiny had revealed the Chippewa pattern in the snow, knew that he was on the right track. The tracks dropped down on the bed of a solidly frozen river and continued on to the south. Other tracks became visible. When they gathered together and made a hard-packed trail down the middle of the river, Reivers knew that a camp was not far away and grew cautious. He found the camp as the swift winter darkness came in, a group of half a dozen teepees set snugly in a bend of the river, one large teepee in the middle easy recognizable as that of Tillie, the squaw, chief of the band. Reivers sat down to wait. Presently he heard the camp dogs growling and fighting over their evening meal, and knew that they would be too occupied to notice and announce the approach of a stranger. Also at this time the people of the camp would be in their teepees, supping heavily if the hunter's god had been favorably inclined, and gnawing the cold bones of yesterday if that irrational deity had been unkind. By the whining note in the growls of the dogs, Reivers judged that the latter was the case this evening, and when he moved forward and stood listening outside the flap of the big teepee, he knew that it was so. Within, an old squaw's treble rose faintly in a whining chant, of which Reivers caught the despairing motif. "Black is the face of the sun, awo! The time has come for the old to die, awo, awo! There is meat only to keep alive the young, awo! We who are old must die, awo, awo, awo!" Any other white man but Reivers would have shuddered at the terrible primitive story which the wail told. Reivers smiled. His old luck was with him. The camp was short of meat, and the hunters had given up hopes of making a kill. With deft, experienced fingers he unloosed the flap of the tepee. There was no noise. Suddenly the old squaw's wail ceased. Those in the tepee looked up from their scanty supper. The Snow Burner was standing inside the tepee, the flap closed behind him. There were 6 people in the tepee: the old squaw, an old man, 2 young hunters, a young girl, and Tillie. They were gathered around the firestone in the center, making a scant meal of frozen fish. Tillie, by virtue of her position, had the warmest place and the most fish. No one spoke a word as they became aware of his presence. Only on Tillie's face there came a look in which the traces of hunger vanished. Reivers stood looking down at the group for a moment in silence. Then he strode forward, thrust Tillie to one side, and sat down in her place. For Reivers knew Indians. "Feed me," he commanded, tossing his grub bag to her. He did not look at her as she placed before him the entire contents of the bag. Having served him, she retired and sat down behind him, awaiting his pleasure. Reivers ate leisurely of the bountiful supply of cold meat that remained of his supply. When he had his fill, he tossed small portions to the old squaw, the old man, and the young girl. "Hunters are mighty," he mocked in the Chippewa tongue, as the young men avidly eyed the meat. "They kill what they eat. The meat they do not kill would stick in their mighty throats." Last of all, he beckoned Tillie to come to his side and eat what remained. "Men eat meat," he continued, looking over the heads of the 2 hunters. "Old people and children are content with frozen fish. When I was here before, there were men in this camp. There was meat in the teepees. The dogs had meat. Now I see the men are all gone." One of the hunters raised his arms above his head, a gesture indicating strength, and let them fall resignedly to his side, a sign of despair. "The caribou are gone, Snow Burner," he said dully. "That is why there is no meat. All gone. The God of good kills has turned his face from us. Little Bear," to the old man, "how long have our people hunted the caribou here?" Little Bear lifted his head, his wizened, smoked face more a black, carved mask than a human countenance. "Big Bear, my father, was an old man when I was born," he said slowly. "When he was a boy so small that he slept with the women, our people came here for the winter hunt." "Oh, Little Bear," chanted the hunter, "great was your father, the hunter. Great were you as a hunter in your young days. Was there ever a winter before when the caribou were not found here in plenty?" The old man shook his head. "Oh, Snow Burner," said the hunter, "these are the words of Little Bear, whose age no one knows. Always the caribou have been plenty here along this river in the winter. Longer than any old man's tales reach back have they fed upon the willows. They are not here this winter. The gods are angry with us. We hunt. We hunt till we lie flat on the snow. We find no signs. There are men still here, Snow Burner, but the caribou have gone." "Have gone, have gone, have gone, ah wo!" chanted the old squaw. "Where do you hunt?" asked Reivers tersely. "Where we have always hunted, where our fathers hunted before us," was the reply. "Along the river in the muskeg and bush to the south we hunt. The caribou are not there. They are nowhere. The gods have taken them away. We must die and go where they are." "We must go," wailed the old squaw. "The gods refuse us meat. We must go." Her chant of despair was heard beyond the tepee. In the smaller tents other voices took up the wail. The women were singing the death song, their primitive protest and acquiescence to what they considered the irrevocable pleasure of their dark gods. Reivers waited until the last squaw had whined herself into silence. Even then he did not speak at once. He knew that these simple people, who for his deeds had given him the expressive name of Snow Burner, were waiting for him to speak, and he knew the value of silence upon their primitive souls. He sat with folded arms, looking above the heads of the two hunters. "You have done well," he said, nodding impressively, but not looking at the two young men. "You have hunted as men who have the true hunter's heart. But what can man do when the gods are against him? The gods are against you. They are not against me. Tomorrow I slay you your fill of caribou." "Snow Burner," whispered one of the hunters in the awe-stricken silence that followed this announcement. "There are no caribou here. Are you greater than the gods?" Reivers looked at him, and at the light in his eyes the young man drew back in fright. "Tomorrow I give you your fill of meat," he said slowly. "Not only enough for one day, but enough for all winter. Each tepee shall be piled high with meat. Even the dogs shall eat till they want no more. I have promised. I alone. Do you," he pointed at the hunters, "bring me tonight the two best rifles in the camp. If they do not shoot true tomorrow, do not let me find you here when I return from the hunt. And now the rest of you, all of you, go from here. Go, I will be alone." They rose and went out obediently, except Tillie, who watched Reivers' face with avid eyes as the young girl left the tepee. Then she crawled forward and touched her forehead to his hand, for Reivers had not bestowed upon the girl a glance. Presently the hunters came back and placed their Winchesters at his feet. He examined each weapon carefully, found them in perfect order and fully loaded, and dismissed the men with a wave of his arm. Tillie sat with bowed head, humbly waiting his pleasure, but Reivers rolled himself in his blanket and lay down alone by the fire. "I wish to sleep warm," he said. "See that the fire does not go out till the night is half gone. Be ready to go with me in the hour before daylight. Have the swiftest and strongest team of dogs and the largest sledge hitched and waiting to bear us to the hunt. Go. Now I sleep." End of chapter 27. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 28 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 28. The Snow Burner Hunts. The snarling of dogs being put into harness awoke him in the morning, but he lay pretending to sleep until Tillie, having overseen the hitching up, came in, prepared food over the fire, which had not gone out all night, and came timidly and laid a hand on his shoulder. It was pitch dark when they went from the tepee. The dogs whined at the prospect of a dark trail, and the hunter who held them plied his whip savagely. With the rifles carefully stowed in their buckskin cases on the sledge, and a big camp axe as their whole burden, Reivers immediately took command of the dogs and headed down the river. "Oh, Snow Burner!" chattered the frozen hunter in disappointment. There are no caribou to the south. It is a waste of strength to hunt there." "There are no caribou anywhere for you," retorted Reivers. "For me it does not make any difference where I hunt. The spirits are with me. Stay close to the teepees today. If anyone follows my trail, the spirits will refuse their help. Hi-ya! Mush!" Under the sting of his skillfully wielded whip, the big team whirled down the river, Reivers riding in front, Tillie behind. But they did not go south for long. A few miles below the camp, Reivers abruptly swung the dogs off the riverbed and bore westward. Half a mile of this and he shifted and changed his course to right angles, straight toward the north. "And now, mush! Damn you, mush for all that's in you!" he cried, plying the whip. "You've got many miles to cover before daylight. Mush! Mush!" He held straight northward until he left the bush and reached the open tundra at the spot where the caribou, the day before, had swung away farther north. He knew that the herd, being in a country undisturbed by man, would not travel far from the willows where he had jumped them the day before, and he held cautiously on their trail until the first gray of daylight showed a rise in the land ahead. Here he halted the dogs and crept forward on foot. It was as he expected. The caribou had halted on the other side of the height of land, feeling secure in that region where no man ever came. Below him he could see them moving, and he realized that he must act at once, before they began their travels of the day. "Tillie," he whispered, coming back to the sledge, "as soon as you can see the snow on the knoll ahead, do you drive the dogs around there to the right, and swing to the left along the other side of the knoll. Drive fast and shout loud. Shout as if the wolves had you. There are caribou over the knoll. When the dogs see them, let them go straight for the herd. But wait till the snow shows white in the daylight." Snatching both rifles from their covers, he ran around the left shoulder of the knoll and ambushed in a trifling hollow. He waited patiently, one rifle cocked and in his hand, the other lying ready at his side. The light grew broader. The herd, just out of safe rifle shot, began milling restlessly. Suddenly, from around the right of the knoll, came the sharp yelp of a dog as Tillie's leader, rounding the ridge, caught scent and sight of living meat ahead. The caribou stopped dead. Then bedlam broke loose as the dogs saw what was before them, and the caribou, trembling at the wolf yells of the dogs, broke into their swift lumbering run and came streaking straight past Reivers at 50 yards distance. Reivers waited until the maddened beasts were running 4 deep before him. Then the slaughter began. No need to watch the sights here. The crash of shot upon shot followed as quickly as he could pump the lever. There were 10 shots in each rifle, and he fired them all before the herd was out of range. Then only the hideous yelps of the maddened dogs tore the morning quiet. A dozen caribou, some dead, some kicking, some trying to crawl away, were scattered over the snow, and Reivers nodded and knew that his hold on Tillie's people was complete. The dogs were on the first caribou now, snarling, yelping, fighting, eating, for the time being as wild and savage as any of their wolf forebears. Tillie, spilled from the sledge in the first mad rush of the team, came waddling up to Reivers and bowed down before him humbly. "Snow Burner, I know you are only a man, because I alone of my people have seen you among other white men," she said. "Yet you are more than other men. Snow Burner, I have lived among white people, and know that the talk of spirits is only for children. But how knew you that the caribou were here?" "The meat is there," said Reivers, pointing at his kill. "Your work is to take care of it. The axe is on the sledge. Cut off as many saddles and hindquarters as the dogs can drag back to camp. The rest we will cache here. To your work. Do not ask questions." He reloaded and put the wounded animals out of their misery, each with a shot through the head, and sat down and watched her as she slaved at her butcher's task. Tillie had lived among white people, had been to the white man's school even, but Reivers knew he would slacken his hold on her if he demeaned himself by assisting her in her toil. When the dogs had stayed their hunger, he leaped into their midst with clubbed rifle and knocked them yelping away from their prey. When they turned and attacked him, he coolly struck and kicked till they had enough. Then with a driving whip he beat them till they lay flat on the snow and whined for mercy. By the time Tillie had the sledge loaded and the rest of the kill cached under a huge heap of snow, it was noon, and the dogs started back with their heavy load, open-mouthed and panting, their excitement divided between fear of the man who had mastered them and the odor of fresh blood that reeked in their avid nostrils. End of chapter 28. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 29 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 29. The White Man's Will. That night in the camp at the river bend the Indians feasted ravenously, and Reivers, sitting in Tillie's place as the new-made chief, looked on without smiling. "Oh, Snow Burner," said the oldest man at last, "what is it you want with us? Our furs? Speak. We obey your will." "Furs are good," replied Reivers, "when a man has nothing else, but gold is better, and the gold that another man has is best of all." The old man cackled respectfully. "Oh, Snow Burner, do you come to us for gold? Do you think we would sit here without meat if we had gold? No, Snow Burner. What we have you can have. Your will with the tribe from the oldest to the youngest is our law. We owe you our lives. The strength of our young men is yours. The wisdom of our old heads is yours. But gold we have not. Do not turn your frown upon us, Snow Burner. You must know it is the truth." "Since when," said Reivers sternly, "has my friend, old Little Bear, dared to say that the Snow Burner has the foolishness of a woman in his head? Do you think I come seeking gold from you? No. It is the strength of your young men and the wisdom of your old heads that I want. I seek gold. You shall help me find it." Little Bear raised his arms and let them fall in the eloquent Indian gesture of helplessness. "White men have been here often to seek for gold. The great Snow Burner once was one of them. They have digged holes in the ground. They have taken the sand from creek bottoms. Did the Snow Burner, who finds caribou where there are none, find any gold here? No. It is an old story. There is no gold here." Reivers leaned forward and spoke harshly. "Listen, Little Bear. Listen, all you people. There is gold within 3 days' march from here. Much gold. Another man digs it. You will find it for me. I have spoken." Silence fell on the tepee. The Indians looked at one another. Little Bear finally spoke with bowed head. "We do the Snow Burner's will." Nawa, the youngest and strongest of the hunters, turned to Reivers respectfully. "Oh, Snow Burner, Nawa serves you with the strength of his leg and the keenness of his eyes. Nawa knows that the Snow Burner sees things that are hidden to us. Our oldest men say there is no gold here. Other white men say there is no gold here. The Snow Burner says there is gold near here. The Snow Burner sees what is hidden to others. Nawa does not doubt. Nawa waits only the Snow Burner's commands. But Nawa has been to the settlements at 50 Mile and Dumont's camp. He has heard the white men talk. They talk there of a man who carries gold like gunpowder and gold like bullets, instead of the white man's money. Nawa has talked with Indians who have seen this man. They call him Iron Hair, because his hair is black and stiff like the quills of a porcupine. Oh, Snow Burner, Nawa knows nothing. He merely tells what he has heard. Is this the man the Snow Burner, too, has heard of?" Reivers looked around the circle of smoke-blackened faces about the fire. No expression betrayed what was going on behind those wood-like masks, but Reivers knew Indians and sensed that they were all waiting excitedly for his answer. "That is the man," he said, and by the complete silence that followed, he knew that his reply had caused a sensation that would have made white men swear. "What do you know of Iron Hair, Nawa?" "Oh, Snow Burner," said Nawa dolefully, "our tribe knows of Iron Hair to its sorrow. 2 moons ago the big man with the hair like a porcupine was at 50 Mile for whiskey and food. He hired Small Eyes and Broken Wing of our tribe to haul the food to his camp, a day's traveling each way, so he said. The pay was to be big. Small Eyes and Broken Wing went. So much people know. Nothing more. The sledges did not come back. Small Eyes and Broken Wing did not come back. So much do we know of Iron Hair. Nawa has spoken." "Once there were men in these teepees," said Reivers, looking high above Nawa's head. "Once there were men who would have gone from their teepees to follow to the end of the trail of their brothers who go and do not come back. Now there are no men. They sit in the teepees with the women and keep warm. Perhaps Small Eyes and Broken Wing were men and did not care to come back to people who sit by their fires and do not seek to find their brothers who disappear." "We have sought, O Snow Burner," said Nawa hopelessly. "Do not think we have only sat by our fires. We sought to follow the trail of Iron Hair out of 50 Mile—" "How ran the trail?" interrupted Reivers. "Between the north and the west. We went to hunt our brothers. But a storm had blotted out the trail. Iron Hair had gone out in the storm. Who can follow when there is no trail to see?" "Once," resumed Reivers in the tone of contempt, "there were strong dog drivers and sharp eyes here. They would have found the camp of Iron Hair in those days." "Our dogs still are strong, our young men drive well, our eyes are sharp even now, Snow Burner," came Nawa's weary reply. "We searched. Even as we searched for the caribou we searched for the camps of Iron Hair. We found no camp. There is no white man's camp in this country. There is no camp at all. We searched till nothing the size of a man's cap could be hidden. The white men from Dumont's camp and 50 Mile have searched for the gold which white men are mad for. They found nothing. At the settlements the white men say, 'This man must be the devil himself and go to hell for his gold, because his camp certainly is not in this world where men can see it with their eyes.'" "And the caribou were not in this world either?" mocked Reivers. Nawa shook his head. "White men, too, have looked for the camp of Iron Hair." "Many white men," supplemented old Little Bear. White men always look when they hear of gold. They find gold if it is to be found. The earth gives up its secrets to them. Snow Burner, they could not find the place where Iron Hair digs his gold." "Nawa and his hunters could not find the caribou," said Reivers. There was no reply. He had driven his will home. "Oh, Snow Burner," said Nawa at last, "as Little Bear has said, we do your will." "Good." Reivers rose and towered over them. "My will at present is that you go to your teepees. Sleep soundly. I have work for you in the morning." He stood and watched while they filed, stooped over, through the low opening in the tepee wall. They went without question, without will of their own. A stronger will than theirs had taught them and held them. From hence on they were wholly subservient to the superior mentality which was to direct their actions. Reivers smiled. Old MacGregor had felt safe in telling about the mine. A strange man had no chance to find it. But MacGregor did not know of Tillie's people. Reivers suddenly turned toward the fire. Tillie was standing there, arrayed in buckskin so white that she must have kept it protected from the tepee smoke in hope of his coming. At the sight of her there came before Reivers' eyes the picture of Hattie MacGregor's face as she had looked up at him when he was leaving the MacGregor cabin. That look that came over his face then was new even to Tillie. "You two, get out!" he roared, and Tillie fled from the tepee in terror. End of chapter 29. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 30 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 30. Any Means to an End. In the big tepee, Reivers rolled on his blankets and cursed himself for his weakness. What had happened to him? Was he getting to be like other men, that he would let the memory of an impudent, red-haired girl interfere with his plans or pleasures? Had he not sworn to forget? And yet here came the memory of her, the wide gray eyes, the suffering mouth, the purity of the look of her, rising before his eyes like a vision to shame him. To shame him. To shame the Snow Burner. He understood the significance of the look she had given him, and which had stood between him and Tillie. Womanhood, pure, noble womanhood, was appealing to his better self. His better self! Reivers laughed a laugh so ghastly that it might have come from a bare skull. His better self! If a man believed in things like that, he had to believe in the human race, had to believe in goodness and badness, virtue and sin, right and wrong, and all that silly effeminate rot. Reivers didn't believe in that stuff. He knew only one life law, that of strength over weakness, and that was the law he would live and die with, and Miss Hattie MacGregor could not interfere. With his terrible willpower he erased the memory of her from his mind. He did not erase the resentment at his own weakness. On the contrary, the resentment grew. He would revenge himself for that moment of weakness. There were two ways of finding Moir and the mysterious mine. One, the way he had first planned to follow, was to scatter his Indians, and as many others as he could bribe with caribou meat, over the country lying to the south of 50 Mile, where he knew the mine must be. Moir or his men must show themselves sooner or later. In time the Indians would find Moir's camp. But there was also a shorter and surer way, a shameful way. Moir, by the talk he had heard of him, came to 50 Mile and Dumont's camp for such whiskey and feminine company as might be found. He had even sent one of his henchmen to steal Hattie MacGregor. Such a move proved that Moir was desperate, and by this time, by the non-appearance of the would-be kidnapper, the chief would know that his man was either killed or captured, and that no hope for a woman lay in that quarter. Moir's next move would be to come to 50 Mile and Dumont's, or to send a man there, to procure the means of salving his disappointment. And Reivers had 2 attractive women at his disposal, Tilly and the young girl who was nearly beautiful. Thus did Reivers overcome his momentary weakness. The black shamefulness of his scheme he laughed at. Then he went to sleep. He gave his orders to Tilly early next morning. "Have this tepee and another one loaded on one sledge," he directed. "Have a second sledge loaded with caribou meat. Do you and the young girl prepare to come with me. We are going on a long journey. You will both take your brightest clothes." He waited with set jaws while his orders were obeyed. No weakness any more. There was only one law, the strong over the weak, and he was the strong one. A call from Tilly apprised him that all was ready, and he strode forth to find Nawa, the young hunter, waiting with the 2 women ready for the trail. "How so?" he demanded. "Did I say aught about Nawa?" "Oh, Snow Burner," whispered Tilly. "Neopa is to be Nawa's squaw with the coming of spring. They wish to go together." "And I do not wish them to go together," said Reivers harshly. "Give me that rifle." He took the weapon from Nawa's hands. "Do you stay here and eat caribou meat and grow fat against the coming of spring, Nawa." "Snow Burner," said Nawa, a flash of will lighting his eyes for the moment. "Does Neopa come back to me?" "Perhaps," said Reivers, cocking the rifle. "But if you try to follow, you will never come back. Is it understood?" Nawa bowed his head and turned away. Neopa made as if to run to him, but Reivers caught her brutally and threw her upon the lead sledge. He had resolved to travel the way of shame, no matter what the cost to others. "Mush! Get on!" he roared at the dogs, and with the rifle ready and with a backward glance at Nawa, he drove away for 50 Mile and Dumont's camp. End of chapter 30. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 31 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 31 The Squaw-Man. A day after Reivers drove out of the Indian camp, Dumont's camp had something to talk about. A half-witted, crippled-up squaw-man went through with a couple of squaws, and the youngest of the squaws was a beaut. The old bum hadn't stopped long, just long enough to trade a chunk of caribou meat for a bottle of hooch, but long enough, nevertheless, to let the gang get a peek at the squaws. Dumont's camp opined that it was a good thing for the old cripple that he hadn't stayed longer, else he might have found himself minus his squaws, especially the young one. But Dumont's camp would have been mightily puzzled had it seen how the limp and stoop went out of the squaw-man's body the moment he had left their camp behind, how the foolish leer and stuttering speech disappeared from his mouth, and how, straight-backed and stern-visaged, he threw the bottle of hooch away in contempt and hurried on toward 50 Mile. Reivers had played many strange parts in his tumultuous life, and his squaw-man was a masterpiece. 50 Mile had its sensation early next morning. The half-witted, crippled-up squaw-man with the 2 extremely desirable squaws came through, stopped for another bottle of hooch, and drove on and made camp just outside the settlement. "He certainly was one soft-headed old bum," said Jack Raftery, leaning on the packing case that served as bar in his log cabin saloon. "Yes, man, he certainly is bumped in the bean and locoed in his arms. Gimme that chunk of meat there for a bottle of hooch. 'Bout 50 pounds it'll weigh. I'll give him a gallon, but he grins foolish and says, 'Bottle, one bottle.' 'Drag your meat in,' says I. Well, gents, will you believe he couldn't make it? No, sir, paralyzed in the arms or something. That young squaw of his did the toting. A beaut? Gents, there never was anything put up in a brown hide to touch it. And that locoed old bum running around loose with it. Tempting Providence, that's what he is, when he comes parading round real men folks with skirts like them. Shouldn't wonder if something had happened to him one of these cold days. Looks like he might have been an awful good man in his day, too. Well built. Reckon he's been used mighty rough to be locoed and crippled up the way he is." "I reckon," drawled Black Pete, who ran the games at Raftery's when there was any money in sight. "I reckon, too, maybe he get handle more rough sometime if he's hang around long with dem two squaw. That small squaw's too chic, she, to belong to an old bum like him." The assembled gents laughed. Had they seen the old bum at that moment, their laughter would have been cut short. Reivers, in a gully out of sight of the settlement, had thrown away his hooch, pitched camp, tethered the dogs, and made all secure, with a swiftness and efficiency that belied the characterization Black Pete had applied to him. He had the two teepees set up far apart, the dogs tied between them, and Tilly and Neopa had one teepee, and Reivers the other, alone. Having made camp, Reivers knew what the boys would expect of him in his character of sodden Squaw-Man. Having resolved to use the most shameful means in the world to achieve his end, he played his bass part to perfection. "Do you take this chunk of meat," he directed Tilly, "and go down to the saloon and get another bottle of hooch. Yes, yes, I know I have destroyed one bottle. You are not to ask questions, but to obey my commands. Go down and trade the meat for hooch. Do not stop to speak to the white men. Come back at once. Go!" But down in Raftery's the assemblage had no hint of these swift changes, and they laughed merrily at Black Pete's remarks. "What do you reckon his lay is, Jack?" asked one. "Booze," replied Raftery instantly. "Nothing else. When you see a man who's sure been as good a man in his day as this relic, trailing round with squaw folks, you can just naturally whittle a little marker for him and paint on it, 'Nother white man as the hooch he's got.' Sabby? I trace him out as some prospector who's got crippled up and been laying out 'mongst the Indians with a good supply of the old frostbite cure 'longside of him. Nothin' to do but to hit the jug often enough to keep from getting sober and remembering what he used to was. Sabby? Been layin' out suckin' the neck of a jug till his old thinkers got twisted. I've seen dozens of 'em. You can't fool me when I see one, and I saw him when he was comin' through the door. Ran out of hooch and was afraid he'd get sober, so he comes down here to get soaked up some more. Brings his load of meat along to trade in, and these two brown dolls to make sure in case the caribou have been down this way, which they ain't. Bet the drinks against 2 bits that he'll be chasing one of the squaws down here for another bottle before an hour's gone. They all do. I've seen his kind before." Black Pete took the bet. "Because I'm unlucky, moi, lately, and I want to lose this bet," he explained. Raftery laughed homerically. "What's on your chest, Jack?" demanded one of his friends. "I was just thinking," gurgled the saloonist, "what'd happen in case this stiff gent Iron Hair was to run in about this time." "By gar!" laughed Pete. "An Iron Hair, he's just about due." At that moment Tilly came waddling in, laid down her bundle of meat before Raftery, and said, "1 bottle." "What'd I tell you?" chuckled Raftery, handing over the liquor. "Boss get him laid out, eh?" he said to Tilly. But Tilly did not pause for conversation. She whipped the bottle under her blanket and waddled out without a word. "Well, I'm a son of a gun," proclaimed Raftery. "That old bum has got him well trained, anyhow." Black Pete pulled his beard reflectively. "Come to think," he mused aloud, "there was 1 rifle on those sledge. I think maybe I no go visit these old bum, his camp, till she's little better acquaint with moi." End of chapter 31. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 32 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 32 The Scorn of a Pure Woman. And 50 Mile talked. It talked to all who came in from the white wastes of the country around. It talked in its tents. It talked while trifling with Black Pete's game of no chance. It talked around Raftery's bar. It talked so loudly that men heard it up at Dumont's camp. From 50 Mile and Dumont's the talk spread up and down the trails, and even out to solitary cabins and dugouts where there were no trails. Wherever men were to be found in that desolate region, the talk of 50 Mile soon made its way. And the talk was mainly of the young squaw, of the old crippled-up Squaw-Man, and that she was of a beauty to set men's heads a-whirling and make them murder each other for her possession. Men meeting each other on the trails asked 3 questions in order. "Where you travelin'? How's your tobacco? Heard about the beaut of a little squaw down to 50 Mile?" Men traveling in the direction of the settlements bent their steps toward 50 Mile, even though it lay far out of their course. Men traveling in the opposite direction passed the news to all whom they bespoke. Of those who came to the settlement, many strolled casually up the gully where the Squaw-Man had his camp. And all of them strolled down again with nothing to brag about but a drink of hooch and a mouthful of talk with the Squaw-Man. "I don't quite follow that gent's curves," summed up Jack Raftery, speaking for the gang. "He gets enough hooch here to keep any human gent laid out 26 hours out of the 24. But somehow, whenever you come moseying up to his camp, he's on his pins, ready to give you a drink and a lot of locoed talk. Yes, sir, he sure is locoed until he needs a guardian, but for one, I don't go to do no rushing of his lady folks, not while he's able to stand on his pins and keep his eyes moving. Gents, there's been one awful stiff man in his day, and his condition goes to show what booze'll do to the best of 'em, and ought to be a warning to us all. Line up, men. 'Bout 3rd drink time for me." "There is something about him," agreed Black Pete. "I don't know what 'tis, but there is something that whispers to me, 'Look out.'" While 50 Mile thus debated his character, Reivers lay in his tepee, carefully playing the shameful part he had assumed. He knew that by now the news of his arrival, or rather the arrival of Neopa and Tilly, had been bruited far and wide around the settlements. Soon the news must come to the ears of the man for whose benefit the scheme had been arranged. Shanty-Moir, being what he was, would become interested when he heard the descriptions of Neopa, and also because he was what he was, He would waste no time, falter at no risks, stop at nothing, when his interest had been aroused. Reivers had only to wait. Moir would come. The only danger was that Hattie and her uncle might come before him. On the third day after the squaw-man's arrival, 50 Mile had a second sensation. That morning, as Reivers, staggering artistically, came out of Raftery's house of poison, he all but stumbled over a sledge before the door. With his assumed grin of idiocy growing wider, he examined the sledge carefully, next the team which was hitched to it, then lifted his eyes to the man and woman that stood beside the outfit. At first glance he had recognized the sledge, and he needed the time thus gained to recover from the shock. "Hello, Mac, old-timer," he bellowed drunkenly at Duncan MacGregor. "Come have a drink with me." MacGregor looked at him dourly, disgust and anger on his big red face. Hattie, at his side, looked away, her lips pressed tightly together to control the anger rising within her. She had gone deadly pale at the first sight of Reivers. Now the red of shame was burning in her cheeks. "I shook hands with you, stranger, when you left our roof," said MacGregor gruffly. "I do not do so now. I thought you were a man." "I never did," snapped Hattie, still looking away. "I knew it was not a man." Something like a sob seemed to wrench itself from her chest in spite of her firm lips. "I knew it was just what it is." Suddenly she flared around on Reivers, her face wan with mingled pain, shame, and anger. "Now you are doing just what you are fit for. I've heard. Living on your squaws. And you dared to talk big to me, to a decent woman. Blood of my father, you dared to talk to me at all. Drive on, Uncle. We'll go on to Dumont's. We'll get away from this thing. It pollutes the air. Hi-ya, Bones! Mush! Mush! Mush!" Reivers leered and grinned foolishly, for the benefit of the onlookers, as the sledge went on out of sight. "See?" he said boastfully. "I used to know white folks once. Yes, sir, used to know lot of 'em. Don't now. Only know Indians. So long, boys. Got to go home." All that day he sat alone in his tepee. Tilly came to him at noon with food, and he cursed her and drove her away. In the evening she came to him again, and again Reivers ordered her not to lift the flap on his tepee. Tilly by this time was fully convinced that the Snow Burner had gone mad. Else why had he repulsed all her advances? Why had he refused to look at the young and attractive Neopa? And now he even spurned food. Yes, the Snow Burner had gone mad, as white men sometimes go mad in the North, but she was still his slave. That was her fate. Reivers sat alone in his tepee, once more fighting to put away the face of Hattie MacGregor as it rode before his eyes, a burning, searing memory. He was not faltering. The shame for him, because he was a white man, because she had once had him under her roof, that Hattie MacGregor had suffered as she saw him now, did not swerve him in the least from the way he was going. He had decided to do it this way. That was settled. The shame and degradation of his assumed position he had reckoned and counted as naught in the game he was playing. Any means to an end. These same men who were despising him for a sodden squaw-man would bow their heads to him when the game was won. And he would win it. The memory of the face of Hattie MacGregor would not halt him in the least. Rather, it would spur him on. For when the game was won, he would laugh at her and forget. For the present, it was a little hard to forget. That was why he sat alone in the tepee and swore at Tilly, when she timidly offered to bring him food. So the red-headed girl thought that of him, did she? That he was living on his squaws? Well, let her think it. What difference did it make? She thought he was that base, did she? All right. She would pay for it all when the time came. Reivers roused himself and strode outdoors. His thoughts persisted in including Hattie MacGregor in their ramblings as he sat in the tepee, and he felt oppressed. What he needed was to mingle with other men. He'd forget then. He condemned the company that was to be found at Raftery's, but his need for distraction drove him, and, assuming the stoop, limp, and leer of the sodden Squaw-Man, he slumped off down the gully to the settlement. It was a clear, starlit night, and as he slumped along he mused on what a fine night it would be for picking out a trail by the stars. As he approached Raftery's, he saw and heard evidences of unusual activity in the bar. A team of 8 dogs, hitched to an empty sledge, was tied before the door. Within there was sound of riot and wassail. Over the sound of laughter and shuffling feet rose a voice which drowned the other noises as the roar of a lion drowns the chirping of birds, a voice that rattled the windows in a terrifying rendition of Jack Hall. "Oh, I killed a man, 'tis said, so 'tis said. I killed a man, 'tis said, so 'tis said. I kicked his bloody head, and I left him lyin' dead. Yes, I left him lyin' dead. Damn his eyes!" Reivers opened the door and strode in silently and unobserved. He made a base, contemptible figure as, stooped and shuffling, a foolish leer on his face, he stood listening apologetically to the song. The broad back of the singer was turned toward him. As the song ended, Raftery's roaming eye caught sight of Reivers. "Ah, there he is! Here he is, Iron Hair! Here's the man with the squaws I was telling you about." The man swung around, and Reivers was face to face with the man he sought, Shanty-Moir. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 33 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 33. Shanty-Moir. Reivers' tumultuous scheme of life often had led him into situations where his life had hung on his ability to play artistically the part he had assumed. But never had his self-control been put to such a test as now, when he faced Shanty-Moir. Had he not prepared himself for a shock, his surprise must surely have betrayed him, for even the Snow Burner could not look upon Shanty-Moir without amazement. To Reivers, the first impression that came was that he was looking at something as raw and primitive as the sources of life itself. Shanty-Moir had little or nothing in common with the other men in the room. He was even shaped differently. He belonged, so it seemed to Reivers, to the age of the saber-toothed tiger, the long-haired mammoth, and a diet of roots and raw flesh. There was about him the suggestion of man just risen to the dignity of an upright position. His body was enormous, longer, wider, denser than a man's body should be, the legs beneath it short and bowed. There was no neck that could be seen. His arms seemed to begin close up to the ears and ran downward in curves, like giant calipers, the hands even with the knees. The head fitted the body, squat and enormous, the forehead running abruptly back from the brows, and the face so flat and bony that the features seemed merely to dent it. The brow bones came down and half hid the small eyes. The nose was small, but a pair of great nostrils ran back in the skull. The mouth was huge, yet it seemed small, and there was more of the head below it than above. Iron Hair was well nicknamed. His hair was probably 3 inches long, and it stood out straight from his head, black, wiry, menacing. Reivers, with his foolish grin growing larger on his face, appraised Moir with considerable admiration. Here was the real thing, the pure, unadulterated man-animal, unweakened, untouched by effeminizing civilization. This man knew no more law or conscience than the ancient cave tiger, whose only dictates sprang from appetite. Reivers had rejected morals because it pleased him to run contrary to all the rest of the world. This man never knew that right or wrong existed. What his appetites told him to take, he took as a matter of course. And it was written in his face that his appetites were as abnormally powerful as was he. Reivers had been a leader of men because his mind was stronger than the minds of the men with whom he had dealt. This man was a leader because of the blind, unintelligent force that was in him. And inwardly the fighting man in Reivers glowed at the prospects of the titanic clash that would come between them. Shanty-Moir, as he looked from under his bony brows, saw exactly what Reivers wished him to see: a drunken, broken squaw-man, so weak that he could not possibly be the slightest source of trouble. Being primitive of mind, he listed Reivers at once as helpless. Having done this, nothing could alter his opinion, and Reivers had gained the vantage that he sought. Moir threw back his head and laughed, softly and behind set teeth, when his quick inspection of Reivers was ended. "So that's the waster who has got the squaws that has the camp upset," he said languidly. "Hey, sonnies, are no men among ye that have not got woman-stealing by this? The waster does not look hard to take a young woman from." Reivers broke into an apologetic snigger. "Don't you try to steal my 2 kids, mister," he whined. "You'd be mighty sorry for your bargain if you did." "How so, old son?" demanded Moir with a tolerant laugh. "Them kids, if you was to steal them without my permission, one or both of 'em, they'd make you wish you'd never seen 'em, 'less I was along," chuckled Reivers. "Speak it up, old son," said Moir sharply. "What's behind thy fool's words?" "Them kids, they'd die if they was took away from me," replied Reivers seriously. "And they'd take the man who stole 'em to the happy hunting ground along with 'em." He winked prodigiously. "Lots of funny things in this old world, mister. You wouldn't think to look at me that those 2 kids wouldn't want to live if I wasn't with them, but that's the fact. I wasn't always what I'm now, mister. Well, I was different once, and them kids will just naturally manage to poison the first man who touches 'em, unless I give the word." The men of 50 Mile looked at one another, and Black Pete shuddered. "The old moocher sure has got 'em trained, Iron Hair," said Raftery. "He's locoed, but those squaws look up to him like a little tin god, and that's no lie." "Poison?" repeated Moir doubtingly. "Art a medicine man, old son?" Reivers shook his head loosely. "Not me, mister, not me," he chuckled. "It's something Indian that I don't sabby. But there's a couple graves way up where we came from, and they hold what's left of a couple of bad men who raided my camp and stole my kids. I don't know how it happened, mister. The kids come back to me the same night, and the 2 bad men were stiff and black as your hair, mister, after the first kiss." "The kiss of death," chimed in Black Pete, crossing himself. "I have heard of it. Sacre, I am the lucky dog, moi." Shanty-Moir nodded. He too had heard of the method by which Indian women of the North on rare occasions revenge themselves upon the brutal white men who steal them from their people. Having often indulged in that thrilling sport himself, Moir was well versed in the obstacles and dangers to be met in its pursuit. Being crafty, with the craft of the lynx that eschews the poisoned deer carcass, he had thus far managed to select his victims from the breed of squaws that do not seriously object to playing a Sabine part, and he had no intention of decreasing his caution now, although what men had spoken of Neopa had fired his blood. "Ho, ho! I see how it is, old son," he said with a grin of appreciation. "Dost manage well for a waster." He suddenly drew his hand from his mackinaw pocket and held it out, opened, toward Reivers. Two jagged nuggets of dull gold the size of big buckshot jiggled on his palm, and Moir laughed uproariously at Reivers at the sight of them, bent forward, rubbing his hands together, apparently frantic with avarice. "Hey, hey!" drawled Moir, closing his fist as Reivers' fingers reached for the gold. "I thought so. 'Tis tub gold they want, eh, old sonny? Well, do thee bring me the cattle to look at, and we'll try to bargain." "Come up to my camp," chattered Reivers, eyeing the fist that contained the nuggets. He was anxious to get out of the bar. He had no fear that the primitive Moir would be able to see any flaw in his acting, but Black Pete and Jack Raftery were less primitive, and he knew that they had not quite accepted him for the weakling that he pretended to be. "Come and visit me. Buy a bottle of hooch, and we go up to my camp." Moir tossed one of the nuggets across the bar to Raftery. "Is it good enough for a round, lad?" he laughed. Raftery cunningly hefted the nugget and set out the bottles. "Good for two," he replied. Moir tossed over the second nugget. "Then that's good for four," said he. "Do you boys drink it up while I'm away to the camp of old Sonny here. A bottle, Raftery. Now, Sonny, do thee lead on, and if I'm not satisfied, I'll wring thy neck to let thee know my displeasure." End of chapter 33. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 34 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 34. The Bargain. Reivers led the way to his tepee and bade Moir wait a moment by the fire while he spoke to Tilly. "Dress yourself and Neopa in your newest," he commanded. "Then do you both come in to me, bringing food for 2 men." "What's wrong, sonny?" laughed Moir, seeing Reivers come under the door flap alone. "Hast lost the whip over thy cattle?" "They're getting some grub ready," replied Reivers fawningly. "They'll be here in a minute. Let's have a drink out of that bottle, mister. That's the stuff." He tipped the bottle to his lips and lowered the burning liquor in a fashion that made even Moir open his eyes in admiration. "Takest a man-sized nip for a broken waster, sonny," he chuckled, and measuring with his fingers on the bottle a drink larger than Reivers', he tossed it gurgling down his hairy throat. Reivers took the bottle from his hand. "I always take an eye-opener before my real drink," said Reivers, and, measuring off twice the amount that Moir had taken, he drank it off like so much water. The fiercest liquor made was to Reivers only a mild stimulant. On his abnormal organization it merely had the effect of intensifying his characteristics. When he wished to drink whiskey he drank out of full-sized water tumblers. When he did not wish to drink, he put liquor from him with contempt. Now he handed the bottle back to Moir. The latter looked at him and at the bottle, a trifle puzzled but not dismayed. Reivers had apparently unconsciously passed the challenge to him, and it was not in his nature to play second to any man in a drinking bout. "Shouldst have taken all thee wanted that time, sonny," said Moir, and finished the bottle. "No more?" muttered Reivers vacantly. "Gallons," replied Moir. "Whiskey enough to drown you dead, if your women satisfy." "Look at them," said Reivers as the door flap was flung back. "Here they are." Tilly came in first. She was dressed in white buckskin, her hair hanging in two thick braids down her shoulders. Neopa followed, and the wistfulness that had come into her face from thinking of Nawa made her the more interesting in Shanty Moir's eyes. A glance from Neopa's fawn-like eyes at the big man whom Reivers had brought home with him, and then her eyes sought the ground, and she trembled. Tilly looked at Moir with interest. Save for the Snow Burner, she had never seen so masterful a man. She looked at Reivers and saw that he was not watching her. So she smiled upon Moir slyly. She was the Snow Burner's slave. His will was her law. But since he refused to notice her smiles, it would do no harm to smile upon a man like this Iron Hair, just a little, when the Snow Burner was not looking. Moir read the smile wrong and spoke sharply to Reivers. "Take the young one outside for 2 minutes. I've a word to say to this one." To his surprise Reivers rose without demur, thrust Neopa out before him, and dropped the flap. "Listen," whispered Moir swiftly in her own tongue to Tilly. "We will put this man out of the way. It is easily done. Then you will go with me, you and the young one, and you will be first in my tepee and the young one your slave. Speak quickly. We will be out on the trail in an hour." Still smiling invitingly, Tilly shook her head. "The Snow Burner is the master," she said seriously. "I will slay the man who does him harm. I cannot do what he does not wish. I cannot go away from him." "But when he is dead, fool, he can have no wish." The smile went from Tilly's full lips, and she took a step toward the opening. "Stop," laughed Moir softly. "I merely wish to know if you are a true woman. All right, old sonny," he called. "Come on in." "I takest off cap to you, lad," he continued as Reivers and Neopa re-entered. "Hast got thy squaws fair buffaloed." His eyes ran over the shrinking Neopa in cruel appraisal. "Now, old sonny, out with it. What's thy idea of the bargain?" Reivers looked longingly toward the empty whiskey bottle. "Said enough," laughed Moir. "Shall have all the hooch thy guts can hold." Reivers shook his head, a sly grin appearing on his lips. "Hooch is good," said he, "but gold is better." "Go on," said Moir sullenly. "You've got gold," continued Reivers. "I saw it. You've got lots of gold. I've heard them talk about you down at Raftery's. You want us to go with you when you go back to your camp, don't you?" Moir nodded angrily. "I want the women," he said brutally. "I might be able to use you, too." Reivers cackled and rubbed his hands. "You've got to use me if you're going to have the women," he chuckled. "You know that by this time, don't you, mister?" Again Moir's black head nodded in grudging assent. "What then?" he demanded. "I'm a handy man around a camp, mister," whined Reivers. "You got to take me along if you take the women. But I can be a help." Canst cook?" snapped Moir suddenly. "Ha ha! Can I cook?" Reivers rubbed his hands. I used to be an old sourdough, mister. Did you ever see one of the old-timers who couldn't cook?" "Might use thee, then," said Moir. "My fool of a cook is gone. Sent him after a woman for me, and he hasn't come back. Happened he got himself killed, the fool. Wilt kill him myself if he ever shows up without the woman. Well, then, if that's settled, what's the bargain?" Reivers appeared to struggle with indecision. In reality, the situation was very clear to him. Moir had listed him as a weakling, therefore he had no fear of taking him to the mine. Once there, Moir would be confident of winning the loyalty of the two women from their apparently helpless master. And as it was apparent that the man whom Reivers had slain with a rock had been Moir's cook, it was probable that he was sincere in his offer to use Reivers in that capacity. "In the spring," said Reivers in reply to Moir's question, "me and my two kids go north again, back among their own people." "In the spring," growled Moir, "canst go to hell for all of me. I'll be traveling then myself. Speak out, sonny. How much?" "Plenty of hooch for me all winter," Reivers leered with drunken cunning. "I said plenty," retorted Moir. "What else?" "Gold," said Reivers, rubbing his hands. "Gold enough to buy me hooch for all next summer." Moir smiled at the miserable request of the man he was dealing with. His eyes ran over the plump Tilly, over Neopa, the supple child woman. "Done," he laughed. "And now, old son, break up thy camp while I load my sledge with hooch. Be ready to travel when I come back. I'll bring plenty of liquor, but none to be drinked till we're on the trail. We'll travel fast and far to-night, I warn thee, but willst have a snug berth in my camp when we get there. Yes," he laughed as he hurried out, "wilt not be able to tear thyself away." End of chapter 34. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 35 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 35. The Test of the Bottle. Under Reivers' sharp orders, given in a way that would have startled Moir had he heard, Tilly and Neopa hurriedly packed the dog sledges with their belongings, harnessed the dogs and hooked them to the traces. "Oh, Snow Burner," said Neopa timidly, "do we go back to Nawa?" "In good time," said Reivers. "For the present you have only to obey my wishes. Get on the first sledge." With bowed head the girl took the place directed, and Reivers turned to find Tilly smiling craftily at his elbow. "Snow Burner," she said softly, "this is the man, Iron Hair, who digs the gold which you want. We go to rob him. I understand. You play at drinking to fool Iron Hair. It is well. Tilly will help the Snow Burner. We will kill Iron Hair and take his gold. Then the Snow Burner will come with Tilly to her tepee?" Reivers looked at her, and for the first time he felt a revulsion against the base part he was playing. Would he return with Tilly to her tepee when this affair was over? Would he go on with his old way of living, the base part of him triumphant over the better self? The strange questions rapped like trip hammers on Reivers' conscience. "Get on the sledge," he growled, choked with anger. She did not stir. He struck her cruelly. Tilly smiled. That was like the Snow Burner of old, and she waddled to her appointed place without further question. Up the gulch from Raftery's came Moir quietly leading his dogs, the sledge well loaded with cases of liquor. "Wilt have a kiss first of all," he laughed excitedly, and catching Neopa in his arms tossed her in the air, kissed her loudly on her averted cheeks, and set her back on the sledge. "Now, old son, follow and follow quietly. When Iron Hair travels he wants no 50-mile gang on his trail. Say nothing, but keep me in sight. Hey-ya! Mush! Mush!" Out of the gully he led the way swiftly and silently to the open country beyond the settlement. There he circled in a confusing way, bearing northward. After an hour he began circling again, doubling on his trail to make it hard for anyone to follow, but finally Reivers knew by the stars that the course lay to the south. Another series of false twists in the trail, then Moir struck out in determined fashion on a straight course, east and a trifle south from 50 Mile. Reivers, silently guiding his dogs in the tracks made by Moir, breathed hard as he read the stars. By the pace that Moir was setting, it seemed certain that he now was making for his camp in a direct line. But if so, if this trail were held, it would take them back toward the Dead Lands, straight into the country that was Duncan MacGregor's trapping ground. Could the mine be in that region? If so, how could it have escaped the notice of the old trapper? It was well past midnight when Reivers saw the team ahead disappear in a depression in the ground and heard Moir's voice loudly calling a halt. By the time Reivers came up with his 2 sledges, Moir had unhitched his dogs on the flat of a frozen river bed and was hurriedly dragging a bottle from one of the cases on his sledge. "Hell's fire, old son! Unhook and camp. The liquor's dying in me, and I had just begun to feel good." "I was wondering," gasped Reivers in assumed exhaustion. "I was wondering how much farther you were going before you opened a bottle." "Have your squaws get out the grub," ordered Moir, jamming down the cork. "And now you and me will see who drinks the other off his feet." For reply Reivers promptly gulped down a drink that would have strangled most men. "Good enough," admitted Moir. "Here's better, though." And he instantly improved on Reivers' record. The first bottle was soon emptied, a quart of raw, fiery hooch, and a second instantly broached. The food was forgotten by Moir. The women were forgotten. His primitive mind was obsessed with the idea of pouring more burning poison down his throat than this broken-down waster who dared to drink up to him. Bolt upright he sat, laughing and singing, never taking his eyes off Reivers, while drink after drink disappeared down their throats. No movement of Reivers escaped Moir's vigilant watch for signs of weakness. As Reivers gave no apparent sign of toppling over, he grew enraged. "Hell's fire! Wilt sit here till daylight if thou wilt," he roared. "Drink on there! 'Tis thy turn." Tilly and Neopa got food ready from the grub bag and sat waiting patiently. The dogs ceased moving, bedded down in the snow, and went to sleep. And still the contest went on. Finally Reivers discerned the slight thickening of speech and the glassy stare in his opponent's eyes that he had been waiting for. Then, and not until then, did he begin to betray apparent signs of failing. "Strong liquor, mister," he stuttered. "Awful strong liquor." Moir cackled in drunken triumph. "'Tis bear's milk, old son. 'Tis made for men. Drink, damn ye, drink again." Reivers drank longer and heavier than he had yet done. "There, take the mate of that, mister, and you'll know you've been drinking," he stammered. Moir's throat by this time had been burned too raw to taste, and his sight was too dulled to measure quantities. He tipped the bottle up and drained it. The dose would have killed a normal man. To Shanty-Moir it brought only an inclination to slumber. His head fell forward on his breast. With a thick-tongued snarl he sat up straight and looked at Reivers. Reivers hiccuped, swayed in his seat, and collapsed with a drunken clatter. Moir smiled. He winked in unobserved triumph. Then the superhuman strength with which he had fought off the effects of the liquor snapped like a broken wire, and he pitched forward on his face into the snow. End of chapter 35. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 36 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 36. The Snow Burner begins to weaken. Reivers stood up, looked down at his fallen rival, and yawned. "Body," he mused. "But for a hard head, there lies you." He bent cautiously over Moir. The Welshman lay with his face half buried in the crusted snow, his lungs pumping like huge bellows, and the snow flying in gusts from around his nostrils at every expulsion of breath. Reivers laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. There was no movement. "Hey, mister," he called. The undisturbed breathing showed that the words had not penetrated to the clouded consciousness. Deliberately, Reivers turned the big man over on his back. Moir lay as stiff and dead as a log. With swift, deft hands, Reivers searched him to the skin, looking for a trail map, a mark or a sign of any kind that might indicate the location of Moir's mine. He was not greatly disappointed when he failed to find anything of the sort. He had hardly expected that an experienced pirate like Shanty-Moir would travel with his secrets on his person. Next he considered the dogs. It was barely possible that the dogs knew the way to the mine. If they had traveled the way before, they would know when they were on the home trail, and if so, they would travel thither if given their heads, even though their master lay helplessly bound on the sledge. Then at the mine a sudden surprise and probably a second of sharp work with the rifle on Moir's henchman. Reivers stepped eagerly over to where Moir's team lay sleeping. He swore softly when he saw them. Moir had traded his tired team for a fresh outfit at 50 Mile, and the new dogs were as strange to this trail as Reivers himself. His triumph over Moir in the drinking bout had been in vain. There was no march to be stolen, even with Moir lying helpless on the snow. He would have to go through with it as he had planned. Tillie and Neopa must be the means by which he would obtain his ends. He suddenly looked over to the sledge where the two women were patiently waiting with the food they had prepared. Tillie, squat and stolid, was sitting as impassive and content as a bronze figure at the door of the shelter tepee which she had erected. But Neopa sat bowed over on the end of the sledge, her head on her folded arms, her slim figure shaking with silent sobs. "Put back the food and go to your blankets," he commanded harshly. "Stop that whining, girl, or you will have something to whine for." He waited until his orders had been obeyed and the women were in the tepee. Then he unrolled his blanket and lay down in the snow. He did not sleep. He knew that he would not. For all through the day, during his dealing with Moir, on the night trail under the clean stars, his mind had been fighting to shut out a picture that persisted in running before his eyes. Now, alone in the starlit night, with nothing to occupy him, the picture rushed into being, vivid and living. He could not shut it out. He could not escape it. It was the picture of Hattie MacGregor as he had seen her that morning with the pain and scorn upon her young, fine face. Her voice rang in his ears, the burning words as clear as if she stood by his side. "I knew it was not a man. Living on your squaws. And you dared to talk to me, a decent woman." Reivers cursed and lay looking straight up at the white stars. From the tepee there came a sound that brought him up sitting. He listened, amazed and puzzled. It was Neopa sobbing because she had been torn from her young lover, Nawa, and in the plaint of her pain-racked tones there was something which recalled with accursed clearness the rich voice of Hattie MacGregor. It was probably an hour after he had lain down that Reivers rose up and quietly hooked his strongest dogs to a sledge. "Tilly, Neopa, come out," he whispered, throwing open the flap of the little tepee. Neopa came, wet-faced and haggard, her wide-open eyes showing plainly that there had been no sleep for her that night. Tilly was rubbing her eyes sleepily, protesting against being awakened from comfortable slumber. Reivers pointed northward up the river bed. "Up there, on this river, 1 day's march away, is the camp of your people which we came from," he whispered. "Do you both take this team and drive rapidly thither. Hold to the river bed and keep away from the black spots where the water shows through the snow. Do not stop to rest or feed. You should reach your people in the middle of the afternoon. Then do you give Nawa this rifle. Tell him to shoot any white man who comes after you. Now go swiftly." Neopa looked at him with her fawn-like eyes large with incredibility and hope. "Snow Burner, do you let me go back to Nawa?" she whispered. "Get on the sledge," he commanded. "Do as I've told you, or you'll hear from me." As emotion had all but paralyzed the young girl, he forced her to a seat on the sledge and thrust the whip into her hand, then turned to Tilly. Tilly was making no move to approach the sledge. "Did you hear what I said?" he demanded. Tilly smiled strangely. "Has the Snow Burner become afraid of Iron Hair?" she asked. "So little afraid that I no longer need you to help me in this matter," retorted Reivers. The shrewd squaw shook her head. "How will the Snow Burner find Iron Hair's gold now? Iron Hair will not take the Snow Burner to his camp alone. It is not the Snow Burner that Iron Hair wants. It is a woman. Has the Snow Burner given up the fight to get the gold which he wants so much? He knows he cannot reach Iron Hair's camp alone." "Then I will not reach it at all. Get on the sledge." Tilly smiled, but did not move. "The Snow Burner at last has become like other white men. He wishes to do what is right." She pointed at the snoring Moir. "He would not be so weak." While Reivers looked at her in amazement, the squaw stepped forward, straightened out the dogs, kicked them viciously, and sent the sledge, bearing Neopa alone, flying up the river bed. "To send Neopa back to Nawa is well and good," she said, returning to Reivers. "She would weep for Nawa all day and night, and would grow sick and die on our hands. But there is no Nawa waiting for Tilly. Tilly is tired of her tepee with no man in it. Iron Hair has smiled upon me, Snow Burner. I will smile upon him. His smile will answer mine as the dry pine lights up when the match is touched to it. I have looked in his eyes and know. He will forget Neopa. Tilly will help the Snow Burner rob Iron Hair. Is it well?" "Get back to your blankets," commanded Reivers. "If you wish it, we will let it be so. Sleep long. Do not stir until you hear that Iron Hair has awakened." End of chapter 36. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 37 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 37. Into the Jaws of the Bear. Shanty-Moir stirred when the first rays of the morning sun, glancing off the snow, struck his eyes. He rose like a muskox lifting itself from its snow wallow, with mighty heaves and grunts, and looked around. He was blear-eyed and puffed of face. His throat was raw and burning from the unbelievable amount of hooch he had swallowed in the night. But his abnormal organization had thrown off the effects of the alcohol, and he was cold sober. His first move was to cool his throat with handfuls of snow, his second to step over and regard the apparently paralyzed Reivers with a look of mingled triumph and contempt. "Hey, old sonny, would 'a' drinked with Shanty-Moir, wouldst ye?" he chuckled. "Happen thee got thy old soak's skin filled to overflow that time. Get up, you waster," he commanded, stirring the prostrate form with a heavy foot. "Up with you!" Reivers did not stir, but he put that touch of the foot down as something extra that Moir would have to pay for. He was apparently lying steeped in the depths of drunken slumber, and he wished to drive the impression firmly into Shanty-Moir's mind that he had been dead to the world all night. Hence he did not interrupt his snoring as Moir's foot touched him. "Laid out stiff," laughed Moir. He reached down, lifted Reivers' head from the snow, and let it fall heavily. Still Reivers made no sign of awakening. Moir looked at him for a moment, then slyly tiptoed toward the shelter tepee and threw up the flap. The next instant a bellow of rage shattered the morning quiet. Like a maddened bear, Moir was back at Reivers, cuffing, kicking, cursing, commanding that he wake up. Reivers awoke only in degree. Not until Moir had opened a new bottle of hooch and poured a drink down his throat did he essay to sit up and open his eyes. "What's the matter? Can't a man sleep?" he protested. "What's the matter with you?" "Matter?" bellowed Moir. "Plenty of matter, you old waster. Where's the young lass, eh? Where's the girl gone? Look in the tepee and see what's the matter. You told me you had the trulls buffaloed. What's become of the young girl?" It was some time before Reivers appeared to understand. Finally he stumbled to his feet and started toward the tent, met Tilly as she stepped out rubbing her eyes, and recoiled drunkenly. "Neopa? Where is she?" muttered Tilly. "She slept near the door. Now she is gone." She had let her shiny black hair fall loosely over her shoulders, and now she threw it back, looked straight at Moir, and smiled. "Neopa gone?" demanded Reivers thickly. "She can't be. She wouldn't dare." "Dare, you fool! Look there!" Moir pointed to the hollows where the missing dog team had lain and to the tracks that ran straight and true up the river bed. "She's run away. Been gone half a night. Well, what have you got to say?" Reivers turned with a scowl on Tilly, but Tilly was comfortably plaiting her thick hair. "Neopa has run away, back to our people," she said with a smile, as she turned back into the tepee. "Tilly does not run away," she added as she disappeared. Moir sat down on a sledge and cursed Reivers steadily for 5 minutes, but at every few words his eyes would stray back to the tepee which hid Tilly. "We'll go after her," said Reivers. "We'll bring her back." "Go after her?" snorted Moir. "She has half a night's start on us. She'll reach her people before we could get her. Do you think I want half the country following my trail?" "I'll go after her alone, then," insisted Reivers. "Will you?" Moir's eyes narrowed to slits. "I think not. Let me tell thee something, old son. He who goes this far on the home trail with Shanty-Moir goes all the way. Understand? You'll come with me or you'll be wolf meat out here in the snow. No, there'll be no following of that kid. She's gone. The other one's here. There is no telling what tale the kid will spin when she meets people, or who will be down here looking for our trail. Therefore, we are going to travel, and travel quick. Have the squaw get food in a hurry. Get your dogs together. We'll be on the trail in half an hour." Moir was masterful and dominant now. It was evident that he was more worried over the possibility of someone hearing of his whereabouts through Neopa than he was over the girl's escape. He gave Reivers a second drink of liquor, since he seemed to need it to fully awaken him, and set about making ready for the trail. "Eat plenty," he commanded, when Tilly served the cold meat and tea. "The next meal you have will be about sundown." He tore down the tepee, packed the sledges, and had the outfit ready for the start in an amazingly short while. "Now, old son," he said quietly, pointing to the rifle that lay uncovered on top of his sledge, "do you take good look at her. She's a good old Betsy, and I've knocked over smaller men than you at the half-mile. Do you keep well up with me on the trail I'll be making this day, and there'll be no trouble. Try any tricks, and the wolves will have whiskey-soaked meat to feed on. There's no turning back now. He who comes this far with Shanty-Moir goes all the way." "You can't lose me, mister," stammered Reivers. "I want that money for hooch for next summer, like you promised." "Wilt get more than you bargained for, old son," laughed Moir. "Yes, more than you ever dreamed of. Hi-yah! Buck! Bugle! Mush! Mush up!" Moir made no pretense at hiding his trail when he started this time. Apparently he reasoned that the damage was done. If anyone wished to trail him after hearing Neopa's story, they would have no trouble in finding his tracks, despite any subterfuge he might attempt. He went straight forward, as a man who has nothing to fear if he can but reach his fastness, and Reivers' wonderment grew as the trail held straight toward the rising sun. The course was parallel to the one he had taken westward from MacGregor's cabin to Tilly's encampment. If it held on as it was going, it would lead straight into the heart of the Dead Lands, and within a half-day's travel of the MacGregor home. Was it possible that the mine lay in the Dead Lands? Duncan MacGregor made this territory his trapping ground. How could his brother's find have escaped his trained outdoor eyes? The next instant Reivers was cursing himself for a blind fool. There was no trapping in the Dead Lands. There was no feed there. Except for a stray wolf cave, fur-bearing beasts would shun those barren rocks as a desert, and Duncan MacGregor, being a knowing trapper, might trap around it 20 years without venturing through after a first fruitless search for signs. The mine was in the Dead Lands, of course. It was as safely hidden there as if within the bowels of the earth. And he, Reivers, had probably been within shooting distance of it during his 2 days' wandering in that district. The man whom he had killed with the rock had undoubtedly been hurrying with Hattie MacGregor straight to his chief's fastness. It was noon when the ragged ground on the horizon head told Reivers that his surmises were correct and that they were hurrying straight for the Dead Lands. An hour of travel, and the jagged formation of the rock country was plainly distinguishable a little over a mile ahead. Then Moir for the first time that day called a halt. When Reivers caught up with him, he saw that Moir held in each hand a small pouch-like contrivance of buckskin, pierced near the middle with tiny holes and equipped with drawstrings at the bottom. "Come here, lass," he beckoned to Tilly. "Must hide that smiling mouth of thine for the present." With a laugh he threw the pouch over the squaw's head, pulled the bottom tightly around her neck, and tied the strings securely. "The same with thee, old son," he said, and treated Reivers in the same summary manner. "You see, I do not wish to have to put you away," he explained genially, "and that I would do if by chance thy eyes should see the way to Shanty-Moir's mine. 1 or 2 men have been unlucky enough to see it. They will never be able to tell the tale." He skillfully searched the pair for hidden weapons, but Reivers had expected this and carried not so much as a knife. "All right, keep in my steps, old son. Presently thou'll get wet. Do not fear. Wilt not let thee come to harm. Neither thee nor the squaw. I have use for you both. Come now, I'll go slow." The buckskin pouch, pierced only by the tiny air holes, masked Reivers' eyes in a fashion that precluded any possible chance of sight. He knew instinctively that Moir was turning. First the turn was to the left, then back to the right, then in a circle, and after that straight ahead. Presently the feel of a sharp rock underfoot told him that they had entered the Dead Lands. He stumbled purposely to one side of the trail and bumped squarely against a solid wall of stone. Next he tried it on the opposite side, with the same result. Moir was leading the way through a narrow defile in the rocks. Suddenly there came to Reivers' ears the sound of running water, the lazy murmur of a small brook. Almost at the same instant came the splash of Moir and his dogs going into the stream, and Moir's laughing, "We'll get a little wet here, old son, but follow on." Fumbling with his feet, Reivers found the stream and stepped in. To his surprise, the water was warm. Warm water? Where had he seen warm water recently in this country? His thoughts leaped back with a snap. There was only one open stream to be found thereabouts, and that was the brook that came from the warm springs by which he had camped on his way to Tilly's. "Warm water," laughed Moir. "Wilt find all snug in my camp. Aye, as snug as in a well-kept jail." The stream was knee-deep, and by the pressure of the water against the back of his legs, Reivers knew that they were going downstream. Presently Moir spoke again. "Now, if you value the tops of your heads, do you duck as low as you can. Duck now, quick! And do you keep that position till I tell you to straighten up." Reivers and Tilly ducked obediently. Suddenly the tiny light that had come through the air holes of their masks was shut out. The darkness was complete. Reivers thrust his hand above his bowed head and came in contact with cold, clammy rock. No wonder it had taken MacGregor and Moir 2 years to find the mine, since the way to it lay by a subterranean river. The light reappeared, but it was not the sunny light that had come through the air holes before they had entered the river tunnel. It was gray and dead, as the light in a room where the sunshine does not enter. "Now you can lift your heads," laughed Moir. "Come to the right. Up the bank. Here we are." He jerked Reivers out of the water roughly, and roughly pulled the sack from his head. Reivers blinked as the light struck his eyes. Moir treated him to a generous kick. "Welcome," he hissed menacingly. "Welcome to the camp of Shanty-Moir." End of chapter 37. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 38 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 38. MacGregor Roy. Reivers' first impression was that he was standing in a gigantic stockade. The second was that he was on the floor of a great quarry pit. Then, when the situation grew clear to him, he stood dumbfounded. The camp of Shanty-Moir lay in what would have been a solid rock cave but for the lack of a roof. It was an irregular hollow in the strange formation of the Dead Lands, perhaps 50 yards long and 30 yards wide at its greatest breadth. The hollow was surrounded completely by ragged stone walls about 50 feet in height. These walls slanted inward to a startling degree. Thus, while the floor of the strange spot was 30 yards wide, the opening above, through which showed the faraway sky, could scarcely have been more than half that width. The brook ran through the middle of the chasm, entering the upper end by a tunnel 5 feet in height and disappearing in the solid wall of rock at the lower end by a similar opening. On each side of the narrow stream, and running back to the rock walls, was a floor of smooth river sand. Beneath an overhanging ledge on the side where Reivers stood were the rude skin fronts of 2 dugouts. A tin smokestack protruded from the larger of the 2 habitations. The other, which was high enough only to admit a man stooping far over, was merely a flap of hide hanging down from the rock. On the beach at the other side of the creek a fire burned beneath a great iron pan, the wood smoke filling the chasm with its pungent odor. Behind the fire a series of tunnels ran down in the sand under the cliffs. From the tunnel immediately behind the fire came a thin spiral of sluggish smoke, and Reivers knew that this tunnel was being worked and that the fire was being used to thaw the frozen earth. A man who resembled Moir on a small scale was at work at the thawing pan, breaking the hard earth with his fingers and tossing it into a washing pan at his side. He stood now with a chunk of frozen sand in his hand, and at sight of Reivers and Tilly he tossed the sand recklessly into the air and whooped. "Ha! Hast done well this time, Shanty," he cried in an accent similar to theirs. "Hast made the life endurable. A new horse for me and a woman for thee. 'Tis high time. Since Blackie went off and did not come back, and the 2 Indians tried to flee, we've had but 1 horse to do with. Now wilt have 2. Wilt clean up in a hurry now, and leave in the meanwhile." Shanty-Moir laughed harshly. "How works the old Scot jackass today?" he called. The man across the creek shook his head. "He's never the horse he was when we first put him in harness," he chuckled. "Fell twice in his tracks today, he did, and lay there till Joey gave him an inch of the prod. Has been a good beastie, the Scot has, Shanty, but 'tis in my mind the climate does not agree with him. Scarce able to pull his load. In the mines at home we knocked such worn beasties in the head and sent 'em up out of the pit." Moir laughed again. "Hast a quaint way o' puttin' things, Tammy," he said. "But I mind when ponies were scarce, we used them till they crawled their knees raw. 'Tis plenty o' time to knock old horseflesh in the head when the job's done." They laughed together. Evidently this was a well-liked camp joke. "'Tis a well coupled animal 'ee have there, Shanty," said the humorist across the water, with a jerk of the head at Reivers. "Big in the bone and solid around the withers. Yon squaw is a solid piece, too. Happen they're broke to pull double?" "Unbroke stock, Tammy," drawled Moir leisurely. "Gentleman, Squaw-Man, waster. But breaking stock's our specialty, eh, Tammy?" A muffled shout floated up from the mouth of the smoking pit before Tammy could reply. Instantly there followed a dull moan of pain. Moir and Tammy laughed knowingly. "Here comes sample of our work," said Tammy, nodding toward the tunnel. "Poor Joey. Has to use the prod to start him with each load now." A grating, shuffling sound now came from the mouth of the tunnel. Following it appeared the head of a man. And Reivers needed only one glance at the emaciated countenance to know that he was looking upon the father of Hattie MacGregor. "Get up, Scotch jackass!" roared Moir in great good humor. "Pull it out of there. That's the horse. Pull!" The man came painfully, an inch at a time, out of the pit, and looked across the creek at Shanty-Moir. Behind him there dragged a rough wooden sledge loaded with lumps of earth. The man was hitched to this load by a harness of straps that held his arms helpless against his sides. No straitjacket ever held its victim more utterly helpless than the contrivance which now held James MacGregor in toils as a beast of burden. A contrivance of straps about the ankles held his legs close together. So short were the traces by which the sledge was drawn that MacGregor could not have stood upright without having lifted the heavy load a foot or more from the ground. He made no attempt to stand so, but hung half-bowed against the harness, his eyes gleaming through the matted red hair over his brows straight at Shanty-Moir. It was the eyes that drew and held Reivers' attention to the face, rather than to the man's terrible situation. James MacGregor, helpless beast of burden to his tormentors that he was not beaten. The same clean-cut nose, mouth, and chin that Reivers remembered so well in the daughter were apparent in the father's pain-marked face. The eyes gleamed defiance, and they were wide and gray, Reivers saw, the same as the eyes that haunted him in memory's pictures of the girl who had not feared his glance. "Shanty-Moir," spoke MacGregor in a voice weak but firm, "when the devil made you he cursed his own work. He cursed you as a misbegotten thing not fit for hell. The gut-eating wolverine is a brave beast compared to you. Skunks would run from your company. You think you have done big work. You fool! You cannot rob me of what belongs to me and mine. You cannot kill me. As sure as there is a God in heaven, he will let me or mine kill you with bare hands." Moir and his men laughed in weary fashion, as if this speech were old to them, and Reivers was amazed at an impulse within him to throw himself at Shanty-Moir's throat. He joined foolishly in the laughter to hide his confusion. What had he to do with such impulses? What business had he having any feeling for the poor enslaved man before him? He had come to Moir's camp for one purpose: to get the gold mined there, to get a new start in life. Was it possible that he was growing weak enough to experience the feeling of pity, the impulse to help the helpless? Nonsense! He laughed loudly. His plan was one in which silly impulses of this nature had no part, and he would go through with it to the end. "Well brayed, Scots jackass," said the man at the thawing pan casually. "Now pull the load over here. Giddy up, pull." MacGregor leaned weakly against the harness, but the sledge had lodged and his depleted strength was insufficient to budge it. "Oh-ho! Getting lazy, eh?" came from the tunnel, and a thin-faced man came out, a short stick with a sharp brad in his hands. "Want help, eh? Well, here 'tis," he chuckled, and drove the brad into MacGregor's leg. Again the strange impulse to leap to the tortured man's rescue, to kill his tormentor without reckoning the price or what might come after, stirred itself in Reivers' breast, and again he joined in the laughter to pass it off. MacGregor started as the iron entered his flesh and the movement loosened the sledge. With weak, faltering steps he drew the load alongside the fire, where Tammy proceeded to transfer the frozen chunks of earth to the thawing pan. "Hey, ha! New cattle?" said the man with the prod when he espied Reivers and Tilly. "Cow and bull." "Cow and an old ox, Joey," laughed Moir. "Has even burnt his horns off with hooch, and will go well in the harness when he's broke." "'Tis time," said Joey. "The Scots jackass'll soon drop in his tracks." "Not until I've paid you out in full, you devils," said MacGregor quietly. "I'll give you an hour of living hell for every prod you've given me, you poor cur." Joey approached him and unhooked the traces from his harness with an air that told how well he was accustomed to such threats. "Must call it a day, Shanty," he said, loosening the straps that bound MacGregor's hands so the forearms were free while the upper arms remained bound tightly to his sides. "Old pit's full of smoke." In bored sort of fashion he kicked MacGregor into the creek. "To your stable, jackass. Day's done." MacGregor, tripped by the traps about his ankles, fell full length in the water, floundered across, and crawled miserably out of sight behind the skin front of the smaller dugout. Moir and his two henchmen watched him, jeering and laughing. At a sign the two on the other side of the creek came across and drew close to their chief. "And now, old son," snarled Moir, swinging around on Reivers like a flash. "Now, you slick waster, now we'll attend to thee." End of chapter 38. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 39 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 39. James MacGregor's Story. The three men moved forward until they were within arm's reach of Reivers, and stood regarding him with open grins on their hairy faces. Reivers, reading the import of their grins, knew that they were bent upon enjoying themselves at his expense, and tried swiftly to guess what form their amusement might take. If it were only horseplay, he would be able to continue in the helpless character he had assumed. If it were to be rougher than that, if they set out to break him in real earnest, he feared that his acting was at an end. Even for the sake of the gold that he was after, he would hardly be able to submit, humbly and helplessly, as became a drunken squaw-man, to their efforts to make a wreck of him. He calculated his chances of coming through alive if the situation developed to this extreme, and decided that the odds were a trifle too heavy against him. The element of surprise would be on his side, but his right shoulder still was weak from the old bullet wound. With his terrible ability to use his feet, he calculated that he would drop Moir and Tammy with broken bones as they rushed him. To do that he would have to drop to his back, and Joey, the third man, wore a long skinning knife on his hip. No, if he began to fight he would never get what he had come after. He wiped his mouth furtively and swayed from the knees up. "I want some hooch, mister, that's what I want," he whined shakily. "You promised you'd give me a drink when we got here, you know you did. Haven't had a drop since morning. I wouldn't 'a' come if I'd known you were going to treat me like this." Then he did the best acting of his life. He jumped sideways and shuddered. He frantically plucked imaginary bugs off his coat sleeve. He stepped high as if stepping over something on the ground. His eyes and face muscles worked spasmodically. "Oh, gimme a drink," he begged. "Please give me a drink. I gotta have it." The grins faded from the faces before him. They knew full well the signs of an incipient delirium tremens. Tammy laughed dryly. "Hast brought home more than an old ox and a cow, Shanty," he said. "Hast brought a whole menagerie. Yon stick'll have the woolies in a minute if he's not liquored." Reivers dropped to his knees, shuddering, his arms shielding his eyes from imaginary beasts of the bottle. "Take 'em away, boys," he pleaded. "Kill the big ones. Let the little ones go." With a snarl, Moir leaped to his sledge and knocked the neck off a bottle of hooch. "Drink, you scut," he growled. "I'll have dealings with you when you're sobered up." Reivers drank and began to doze. Moir kicked him upright. "Get into the shed with the other jackass," he commanded, propelling him toward the dugout into which MacGregor had crawled. "And in the morning you go to work, even though snakes be crawling all over you." A faintly muttered curse greeted Reivers as he crawled into the dugout. "You poor curs! What do you want with me now?" came MacGregor's voice from a corner of the tiny room. "You skunk!" "Easy, MacGregor Roy," whispered Reivers quietly. "It's not one of the skunks." MacGregor Roy! By the light that entered by a slit in the skin flap, Reivers could see the Scotchman painfully lifting his head from his miserable bunk as he hoarsely repeated his own name. "MacGregor Roy? Who are you, stranger, to call James MacGregor by his family name?" "I'm the man that Shanty-Moir brought in this afternoon," whispered Reivers. I know," gasped MacGregor weakly. "But men do not call me MacGregor Roy. James MacGregor they call me, unless they have the Roy straight from the lips of your daughter, Hattie." For a full minute MacGregor sat stricken speechless. Man, speak!" The unfortunate man came wriggling over and laid his hands pleadingly on Reivers. "Don't play with me. Is my daughter Hattie alive and well?" "Very much alive," replied Reivers, "and as well as can be expected of a girl who was worrying her heart over why her father doesn't return or send her word." "Have they not guessed? Has not my brother Duncan guessed by this time?" gasped MacGregor. "Cannot they understand that I must be dead or held captive since I do not return? Speak, man. Tell me how it is with them." Reivers waited until the poor man had become more quiet before replying to him. "You'd better quiet down a little, MacGregor," he whispered then. "You can't tell when your friends might be listening, and it wouldn't do either of us any good if they heard what we're saying." "True," said the old man more quietly. "I'm acting like an old woman, but for 3 months I've been trapped like this, and my head fairly swims when I hear you speak of Hattie. How come you to know of her?" Reivers related briefly that he had been ill and had been cared for at the MacGregor cabin. And my little Hattie is well? No harm came to her from the black devil they sent to steal her? You must know, man, they taunted me by sending—" "I know," interrupted Reivers, and he told how he had disposed of the kidnapper. "You did that?" MacGregor clutched Reivers' hand. "You saved my little Hattie?" "None of that," snapped Reivers, snatching away his hand. "I did nothing for your little Hattie. Why should I? What is your Hattie to me? I simply put that Blackbeard out of business because I needed food, and he had it on the sledge." "Yet you're not one of the gang here, now? You are not anything but a friend of me and mine?" "A friend?" sneered Reivers. "I'll tell you, Mac, I'm here as my own friend, absolutely nothing else." "But Hattie, and my brother Duncan, they understand about me now." "They know you're either dead or worse," was the reply. "And they're at Dumont's camp now, waiting for Moir to come there on a spree, when they expect to trail him back to this camp." MacGregor nodded his head weakly. "Aye. Taken the trail for revenge. No less could be expected. Please Heaven, they'll soon win here. And James MacGregor will not forget what he owes you, stranger, for the help you gave his daughter, when the time of reckoning comes with Moir and his poor curs." Reivers laughed coldly under his breath. "You speak pretty confidently, old-timer, for a man who's trussed up the way you are." "God will not let this dog of a Moir have his will with me much longer," said the Scot firmly. "It is impossible." "This dog of a Moir must be a better man than you are," taunted Reivers. "He fooled you and trapped you as soon as you'd found this mine." "Did he?" MacGregor flared up. "Shanty-Moir a better man than me? Hoot no. He fooled me, yes, for I didna know that he had got word to these three hellions of his that the mine was here. I trusted him. He was my partner. And when we returned with provisions for the winter, the three devils were waiting for us, just inside the wall, where the creek comes through. Shanty-Moir alone never could have done it. The three of them jumped on me from above. I had no chance. Then they strapped me. They've kept me strapped ever since. I'm draft beast for them. Twice a day they feed me, and between whiles Shanty-Moir taunts me by playing before my eyes with the dust and nuggets that are half mine." "Oh, well, it doesn't look to me as if there'd be enough gold here to bother about," said Reivers casually. "It's nothing but a little freak pocket by the looks of it." "So 'tis. A freak pocket. It could be nothing else in this district. 'Twas only by chance we found it, exploring the creek in here out of curiosity. 'Twas in the bowels of the warm spring up yon, where the creek starts, that the pocket was originally. The spring boiled it out into the creek, and the creek washed it down here in its bed of sand. The sand lodged here, against these rock walls. There's about 100 feet of the sand, running down under the cliffs, and it's all pocket. Not a rich pocket, as you say, but Shanty-Moir is filthy with nuggets and dust now, and there'll be some more in the sand that's left to work over. Not a bonanza, man, but a good-sized fortune. 'Twould be enough to send my Hattie to school. 'Twould give her all the comforts of the world. 'Twould make folk look up to her. And Shanty-Moir, the devil's spawn, has it in his keeping." "And he'll probably see that it continues in his keeping, too," yawned Reivers. "Never," swore MacGregor, rising to the bait. "Shanty-Moir did me dirt too foul to prosper by it. And I'm a better man than he is besides. The stuff will come into my hands, where it belongs, some way. I dinna see just how for the present, But the stuff and my revenge I will have. Even shackled as I am, I'll have my revenge, though it's only to bite the windpipe out of Shanty-Moir's throat like a mad dog." "Huh!" Reivers was lying face down on some blankets, apparently but little interested. "And suppose you do get Shanty-Moir? What good will that do you? I'll bet Shanty's got the gold hid where nobody could find it without getting directions from him. Suppose you get him? Suppose you get all three of 'em? Shanty-Moir being dead, the nuggets and dust probably'd be as completely lost as they were before you two boys found the pocket in the first place." For a long time MacGregor sat in his corner of the dugout without replying. Reivers could see that at times he raised his head, even opened his mouth as if to speak, then sank back undecided. At last he hunched himself forward inch by inch to the front of the dugout and lifted the flap. The light of day had gone from the cavern. On the sand before the larger dugout blazed a brisk cooking fire. In the confined space the light from its flames was magnified, reflecting from rock wall and running water, and illuminating brightly the miserable hole in which Reivers and MacGregor lay. MacGregor held up the flap for several minutes, studying Reivers, and though Reivers looked back with a look in his eyes that made most men quail, the old man's sharp gray eyes studied him unruffled, even as the eyes of his daughter had done before. "By the big nail, 'tis a man's man," muttered MacGregor, dropping the flap at last. "How in the name of self-respect did the likes of you fall prey to the cur Shanty-Moir?" "Self-respect?" sniggered Reivers. "Did you notice me out there when you were laying your curse on Moir?" "Aye, you were far gone in liquor then, by the looks of you. You'll mind I say, by the looks of you. You are not in liquor now. That's what puzzled. A man does not throw off a load of hooch so quickly. You were playing at being drunk. Now, why might that be?" "To enable me to get into this hole and leave Moir thinking I'm a drunken squaw-man without brains or nerve enough to do anything but sponge for hooch." "Aye? And your reason for that?" "My reason for that?" Reivers laughed under his breath. "Why, did you ever hear of a more popular reason for a man risking his throat than gold? I heard the story of this deal from your brother, Duncan, and your daughter. I need, or rather, I want money. Shanty-Moir had won over you and had gold. I came to win over Moir and get the gold away from him. Isn't that simple?" "Simple and spoken well," said MacGregor calmly. "Will you answer me one question? Did you serve notice on my brother Duncan that you were out on this hunt?" "I did." "Fair enough again. A man has a right to take trail and do what he can if he speaks out fair. I take it you hardly calculated to find me here alive?" "No, I didn't think Moir was such an amateur as to take any chances." "Ah, he needed a draft beast, lad. That's why I'm alive, and no other reason. And finding me here alive, does it alter your plans any?" "Only a trifle. You see, I'd made up my mind to bring Moir and your daughter Hattie face to face to see if she could make good on her big talk of taking revenge for putting you out of business. Now that I see you're still alive, well, I won't let any foolishness like that interfere with the business I've come on." "I mean about the gold, man." Reivers looked at his questioner in surprise. "About the gold?" he repeated. "Yes. Finding me, the rightful owner of half the gold, here, alive and hoping to win back with my share to my daughter Hattie, does it make any change in your plans?" Reivers chuckled softly. "Not in the slightest," he replied. "I came to get the stuff that's come out of this mine. Take a look at me. Do I look like a soft fool who'd let anything interfere with my plans?" MacGregor looked and shook his head, puzzled. "I dinna understand you, mon," he said. "I canna make you out. By the look of you, I'd be wishful to strike hands with you as one good man to another, but your talk, man, is all wrong, all wrong. Half of the stuff that's been taken out of this mine, Shanty-Moir's half, I have made up my mind shall be yours for the strong blow you dealt to save my Hattie from black shame. Will ye not strike hands on a partnership like that between us?" Reivers yawned. "Why should I? You're all in. You can't help me any. I'll have to do the job of getting the gold away from Moir. I came here to get it all. I don't want any help, and I certainly won't make any unnecessary split." "Man," whispered MacGregor in horror, "is there naught but a piece of ice where your heart should be? Do you not understand it's for a poor, unprovided girl I'm talking? A man you might rob, but have you the coldness in your heart to rob my little, unfortunate Hattie?" "Little, unfortunate Hattie," mocked Reivers. "Consider her robbed already. What then?" "A word to Shanty-Moir and you're as good as dead," retorted MacGregor hotly. Reivers' long right arm shot out and terrible fingers clutched MacGregor's throat. The old man wriggled and gasped and tried to cry out, but Reivers held him voiceless and helpless and smiled. "One word to Shanty-Moir and—you see?" he said, releasing his hold. "Then your little unfortunate Hattie would be robbed for sure." "Man, what are you, man or devil?" gasped MacGregor. "Devil, if it suits you," said Reivers. "But remember, I'll manage to be within reach of you when Shanty-Moir's about, and I rather fancy Moir would be glad to have me put you out of business. Now, listen to me. I've no objection to your getting out of here alive, if you can. I've no objection to you getting your revenge on Moir, if you can, provided that none of this interferes with my getting what I came after. You know now what I can and will do if necessary. Your life lies right there." He opened and closed his right hand significantly. "Well, I'll trade you your life for a little information. Where does Shanty keep his gold?" MacGregor ceased gasping. He began to laugh. He leaned over and laughed. He rocked from side to side. Man, do you not know that? That proves you're only human," he chuckled. "You came out here like a lamb led to slaughter to find where Shanty-Moir keeps his gold. You were on the trail with Shanty. You had him where it was only 1 man to 1. Well, the joke is too good to keep. Shanty-Moir, day and night, wears a big buckskin belt about the middle of him, and the gold is in the belt." End of chapter 39. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 40 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 40. The White Man's Sentiment. It was very still in the dugout. Suddenly Reivers leaned forward to see if MacGregor were telling the truth. Satisfied with his scrutiny, he sat back and laughed softly. "In a belt, around his middle, eh?" he said. "Good work. Mr. Moir is cautious enough to be interesting." "Cautious? MacGregor threw up the flap of the dugout. "Look out there, man!" Reivers looked. On the sand directly before the door lay chained a huge, husky dog, an ugly, starved brute with mad eyes. "Try but to crawl outside the shack," suggested MacGregor. Reivers tried. His head had no more than appeared outside when the dog sprang. The chain jerked him back as his teeth clashed where Reivers had been. He leaped thrice more, striving to hurl himself into the dugout, then returned to his place and lay down, growling. "Very cautious," agreed Reivers. He peered carefully out toward the cooking fire. The fire had died down now and was deserted. By the sounds coming from the larger dugout, Reivers knew that Moir and his men were occupied with their supper, supplemented by occasional draughts of liquor, and once more he crawled out upon the sand. With a snarl the great dog leaped again, his bared fangs flashing in the night. The snarl died in a choke. Reivers' long arms flashed out and his fingers caught the dog by the throat so swiftly and surely that not another sound came from between its teeth. It was a big, strong dog, and it died hard, but out there on the sand Reivers sat, silently keeping his hold till the last sign of life had gone from the brute's body. Not a sound rose to attract attention from the larger dugout. When the animal was quite dead, Reivers crawled forward and untied the chain that held it to a rock. Noiselessly he crawled farther on, and noiselessly slipped the carcass into the brook. The brisk current caught it and dragged it down. Reivers waited until he saw the thing disappear into the dark tunnel at the lower end of the cavern, then returned to the dugout and quietly lay down on his blankets. "God's blood!" gasped MacGregor and sat silent. "Well," yawned Reivers, "our friend Moir is short one dog." "You crazy fool!" MacGregor was grinding his teeth. "Have you not thought of what Shanty-Moir will do when he finds what you've done to his watchdog?" "What I have done?" Reivers laughed his idiotic squaw-man's laugh. "Do you suppose a poor old bum like me could throttle a man-eater like that beast? You'll be the one to be blamed for it. Why should I touch Moir's dog? Moir and I came here together, chummy as a couple of thieves." "You could not do that. You could not put it on me. Man, they'd drop me in the river after the beast if you got them to believe it." "Well?" said Reivers gently. The Scot bit his lip and grew crafty. "Well," he said, "there'd be only you left then to do the dirt hauling for Shanty-Moir." Reivers nodded appreciatively. "You deserve something for that, Mac," said he. He lay silent for a few minutes. Then he chuckled suddenly as if he had thought of a good joke. "Watch me closely now, Mac," he ordered, "and if you ever feel like speaking that word to Moir, I'll holler at you worse than this." He rolled himself to the front of the dugout, and suddenly there rang out in the cavern such a shriek of terror as stopped the blood in the veins of all who heard. Twice Reivers uttered his horrible cry. Then he began to shout drunkenly, "Take him off! Take him away! Oh! 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 Big dog coming out of the river! Take him away! Big dog swimming in the river! Take him away! Help! Help!" Shanty-Moir got to the front of the little dugout in advance of the others. He came with a six-shooter in his hand, and the gun covered Reivers, huddled up on the sand, as steadily as if held in a vise. But Reivers observed that Moir stopped well out of reach. "What the—" roared Moir as he noted the absence of the watchdog. "What devil's work—" "The dog—" chattered Reivers. "Big dog, big as a house. Came out of the river. Tried to jump on me. Jumped back into the river. Swimming out there." Shanty-Moir swung the muzzle of his six-shooter till it pointed straight at Reivers' forehead. He did not step forward, but remained well out of reach. "Steady, old son," he said quietly. "Steady, or this'll go off." Under the influence of the threat, Reivers pretended to come back to his senses. "Gimme a drink, mister," he pleaded. "I'm seein' things. I was sure there was a big dog out there. I'd 'a' sworn I saw him jump into the river. Now I see there isn't, but gimme a drink, quick." "Bring the old sow a cup o' hooch, Joey," snapped Moir over his shoulder. "We'll see about this." He turned the weapon on the cowering MacGregor. "Speak quick, Scotch jackass, or I pull trigger. What's been done here? Where's Tige?" "Was it a real dog?" cried Reivers before MacGregor could reply. "I saw something. He went into the river." "Speak, you!" said Moir to the Scotchman. "Speak quick." "He's telling you straight," replied MacGregor with a nod toward Reivers. "The dog went into the river. I saw him go down out of sight." "Out of sight," muttered Reivers, swallowing the drink which Joey had brought him. "So it was a real dog, was it? He jumped at me, and then he jumped back, and I guess he broke his chain, because he went into the river and never came out." Moir stepped over and examined the rock from which Reivers had slipped the dog's chain. "Tammy," he said quietly. Tammy came obediently, stopping a good 2 paces away from Moir. "See that?" said Moir, pointing at the rock. Tammy nodded. "You tied Tige out for the night, Tammy?" "Yes, but—" "And you tied so well the beast got loose, and into the river and is lost." "Shanty, I swear—" "Swear all you want to, lad," said Moir, and dropped him cold with a light tap on the jaw. "Pick him up." Moir's moving revolver had seemed to cover every one present, but now the muzzle hesitated on Joey. "Carry him into the shack." As Joey obeyed, Moir stepped back toward the little dugout, but stopped well out of reach of a possible rush. "Old son," he said slowly, and the gun barrel pointed at Reivers' right eye. "Old son, if you yell again tonight, let it be your prayers, because you'll need 'em. Dost hear? I suspect 'twas thy yelling scared Tige into the river. Would sent thee down after him, only I've use for you in the pits. Crawl in and lie still if wouldst live till daylight, damn you. Wilt pay for the loss of Tige, I warn you that." He turned away, and Reivers fell back on his blankets, chuckling boyishly. He was in fine fettle. The Snow Burner was coming back to his old form, and in the delight of the moment's difficulties he had temporarily lost the softening memories that had disturbed him of late. "How was it, old-timer?" he laughed. "Could you pick any flaw in it?" MacGregor shook his head in wonder. "I had a man go fey on me once, up on Slave Lake trail," he said slowly. "He let go just such yells as came from your mouth now. I'm thinking no man could yell so lest he's fey himself, or has traveled with old Nicky and stole some of his music." "Quite so. Exactly the impression I wish to create," said Reivers. "I thank you for your compliment, but your analysis is all wrong. Complete control of your vocal organs, that's all. You see, I wished to let out such a yell. It was rather hard, because my vocal organs never had made such a sound before, and they protested. I forced them to do it. The man with the superior mind can force his body to do anything. Understand, Mac? It's the superior mind that counts. If you'd had a mind superior to Moir's, you'd be top dog here, with Moir fetching bones for you. As it is, you're doing the fetching, and Moir's growing fat. And here I come along with a mind superior to Moir's, and I'm going to be top dog now and gobble the whole proceeds of your squabbling. The mind, Mac, the gray stuff in the little bone box at the top of your neck, that's all that counts. Nothing else. And I've got the best gray matter in this camp, and I'm going to be top dog as a matter of course." MacGregor flared up hotly. "You say that's all that counts?" he said. "Do you mean to tell me to my face that after I'd struck hands with a man to be my partner, as I did with Shanty-Moir, that I'd turn on him and play him the scurvy trick he played me, just because I could? Well, if you say that, mon, you lie, and I throw the word smack in your teeth. Go back on my handshake. Just to be top dog and get the bones. God's blood! There's other things better than bones, and there's other things that count besides a superior mind. How many times do you suppose I could have shot Shanty-Moir after we'd found this mine?" "Not once. You didn't have it in you. You couldn't do it. If you could, you'd have been the superior man, and you're not." MacGregor thought it over. "You're right, mon. I couldn't do it. I thank God I couldn't. I'd rather be the slave I am at present than be able to do things like that. Sentiment, Mac. Foolish, unreasonable sentiment." "Sentiment!" MacGregor spoke hotly, then suddenly subsided. "Yes, you're right, lad," he admitted after a while. "It's naught but sentiment. I see now. It's the kind of sentiment that white men die for, and that makes them the boss men of the world. Well, lad, I am sorry to hear you talk as if 'twas only your skin was white, but I do not see you top dog of this camp yet. I'll warrant Shanty-Moir didn't allow you to slip a gun or knife into camp. And did you notice the little tool he had in his hand?" "A six-shooter," said Reivers. "A crude weapon compared to a good mind, MacGregor." "Aye. I'm glad to hear you say so, lad, for I've only a mind, such as it is, left me for a weapon, and I'm quite sure I must overcome the six-gun in Shanty's hand ere I ever win back to lay eyes on my daughter Hattie." "Your daughter Hattie!" Reivers sat up, jarred out of his composure. "You forget your daughter Hattie, you hear, MacGregor? And now shut up. There's been enough yapping tonight. I want to sleep." He rolled himself tightly in his blankets. MacGregor crawled miserably to his corner and huddled down to sleep as best he could in his cruel shackles. The dugout grew as still as a tomb. Faint sounds came from the place where Moir and his men were living, but as the night grew older these ceased, and a silence as complete and primitive as it knew before man bent his steps thither fell over the isolated cavern. Reivers did not sleep. MacGregor's last words had done the work. "My daughter Hattie." Hattie with the clean, pure face of her. Hattie with the wide gray eyes, with the look of pain upon her. Curse MacGregor! What business had he mentioning that name? Reivers had forgotten, or thought he had. He was himself again. And then this old fool. Curse him! Curse the whole MacGregor tribe! And especially did he curse himself for being weak and foolish enough to permit such trifles to interfere with his sleep. He dozed away toward daylight and dreamed that Hattie MacGregor was looking at him. The hard look on her face had softened a little, and she said she was glad he had sent Neopa back to her lover, Nawa. "Damn you, get out of there!" In his half-waking, Reivers fancied it was his own voice driving the picture from his mind. "Get out, beasts, and get out quick!" It was Shanty-Moir's voice, and he was calling to MacGregor and Reivers to get up. End of Chapter 40. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 41 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 41. Shanty-Moir-Temperance Advocate. Reivers came forth from the dugout, stooped and shaking, the drunken squaw-man's morning condition to perfection, but in reality alert and watchful for the opportunity he was seeking. He had had a bad night, and he was anxious to have the job over with and get away with his loot to some place where he could forget. A surprise awaited him outside. 2 tin plates loaded with meat and a tin cup half full of liquor were placed on the sand before the dugout. 10 feet away stood Shanty-Moir, his six-shooter covering the 2 men as they emerged. With the instinct of the wild animal that he was, Moir knew the value of clamping his hold firmly on his victims in the cold gray of morning. "Drink and eat," he said, satisfied with the humility with which the 2 went to their food. "Eat fast, or you'll go into the pit with your belly empty." "I thought you hired me for a cook, mister," whined Reivers, as he raised the tin cup to his lips. "I want a cook." "Cook, hell!" sneered Moir. "The squaw'll do all the cookin' done here. Draft beast with the Scotch jackass, that's what you'll be, old ox. Hurry up! Wilt have a little of the prod?" Out of the corner of his eye Reivers saw that MacGregor was eyeing the cup of liquor wistfully. Moved by an impulse that was strange to him, he took a small drink and held out the cup to his companion. As MacGregor eagerly reached for it, Moir's gun crashed out and the cup flew from Reivers' hand. "The motto of this camp is 'No treating,'" chuckled Moir. "Hooch is good on the trail. We're on the job now. You get liquor, old son, 'cause 'tis medicine to you, and any hooch drinked here I must prescribe." Across the creek, Tammy, at work building a fire under the thawing pan, heard his chief's words and growled faintly. "Yes, and ye prescribe terrible small doses, too, Shanty," he muttered. "A good thing can be overplayed. Hast no reason for refusing Joey and me a nip before starting work this morning." Moir, moving like a soft-footed lynx, was across the creek and behind Tammy before the latter realized what was coming. From his position, Moir now dominated the whole camp, and a sickly smile appeared on Tammy's mouth. "Aw, Shanty," he whined. "Didst only mean it for a joke. Can take a joke from an old chum, can't he, Shanty?" "Get into the pit, Tammy," said Moir quietly, pointing with his gun to the tunnel where sounds indicated that Joey was already at work. "Aw, Shanty—" "Get in!" Slack-jawed with terror, Tammy crawled into the dark tunnel. "Hey, Joey, my son!" called Moir down the pit mouth. "Aye?" came back the answer. "Dost ye two think ye should have a drink this morn?" "Aye, Shanty," replied the unsuspecting Joey. "Have a hot one, then!" roared Shanty, and kicked a blazing log from Tammy's fire into the pit. A mingling of shrieks and protests greeted its arrival. "Aw, Shanty, blood of the devil, chief! Canst not take a joke?" "I'm taking it now, my sons," laughed Moir, and kicked more brands down the tunnel. Gasping and choking from the smoke that filled the tiny pit, Joey and Tammy essayed to crawl out. Bang! Went Moir's six-shooter as they hastily retreated. The tunnel was filled with smoke by this time. Down at the bottom, choking coughs and cries told that the two unfortunate men were being suffocated. Moir waited until the faintness of the sounds told how far gone the men were. Then he motioned to Reivers with his revolver. The smoke was leaving the pit by this time. "Step down and drag 'em out, old son," he said. "Come now, no hanging back. The trigger on this gun is filed down so she pulls very light." Reivers obeyed, climbing into the pit as if trembling with fear, and toiling furiously as he dragged the unconscious men out, though he could have walked away with one under each arm. "Throw water on 'em. Splash 'em good." 10 minutes later Joey and Tammy were sitting up, coughing and sneezing, and trying their best to make Moir believe they had only been joking. "Good enough, my sons. So was I," chuckled Moir. "Now back to the job, and if ever you doubt who's top man here, you'll stay in the pit till you're browned well enough to eat. Dost hear me?" "Aye, Shanty," said the two men humbly, and hurried back to their tasks. "And now, Jackass and Old Ox, step over here and get into the harness," commanded Moir. He continued to hold the gun in his hand and motioned to the sledge near the thawing pan. High sideboards had been placed on the sledge, making it capable of holding twice its former load, and a looped rope supplemented the traces to which MacGregor was so ignominiously hitched. "Take hold of the rope, old son," directed Moir. He did not approach as MacGregor resignedly led the way to the sledge. Tammy turned from his thawing pan to hitch the Scotchman to his traces and to strap down his hands. Moir stood back, the gun in his hand, dominating all three. "Now into the pit. Joey's got a load waiting," he commanded. "And one whine out of you, Old Ox, and you get the prod. Hi-yah! Get up!" End of chapter 41. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 42 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 42. The Snow Burner Works for Two. With MacGregor leading the way, Reivers humbly picked up his rope and helped drag the sledge into the mine. The tunnel, high and broad enough only for two men to crawl abreast, ran at a steep slant into the sand for probably 25 feet. At its end it spread into a small room in which Joey was at work, chopping loose chunks of frozen earth. One glance around and Reivers knew from experience that this room had been the home of the Pocket, and that, unless the signs lied, the Pocket soon would be worked out. Judging by the extent of the excavation, the Pocket had been a good-sized one, and the amount of dust and nuggets taken from it undoubtedly would foot up to a neat sum. Yes, it would be a tidy fortune. It would be plenty to give him a new start in life, plenty to pay him for the trouble he had gone to, plenty even to pay him for the baseness of his present position. He obeyed Joey meekly when ordered, with curses and insults, to load the sledge. He could have throttled Joey down there in the mine without a sound coming up to warn those above of what was happening, but Moir's conduct of the morning had made an impression upon Reivers. A man who kept himself out of reach, who kept his six-shooter pointed at you all the time, and who could shoot tin cups out of your moving hand, was not a man to be despised. The first hour of work that day convinced Moir and his henchmen that their original unflattering estimate of Reivers was correct. Even a close observer, regarding him during that period of probation, would have seen nothing to indicate that he was anything but what Shanty-Moir had judged him to be. A miserable, broken-down squaw-man, without a will of his own, and only one ambition: to clamor for as much liquor as possible. That was the character that Reivers played perfectly for the benefit of Moir and his two men. At first they kept an eye on him, watching to see if by any chance the old fool might be dangerous. They discovered that he would be dangerous if turned loose, to their supply of liquor. Beyond that he had, apparently, not a single aim in the world. His physical weakness, they soon discovered, was exactly what was to be expected of a whiskey bloat. He was able to help haul the sledge loads of frozen earth up the incline of the shaft, and that was all. Even that left him puffing and trembling. "Is an old ox, as you said, Shanty, with even the horns burnt off him by the hooch," said Joey, after the first few loads. "Keep a little of the liquor running down his throat each day and he'll be a good draft beast to us. Nothing to fear of him. Didst well when you picked him out, Chief." They stopped watching him. He was harmless, which was exactly the frame of mind which Reivers had worked to create. MacGregor alone knew how cleverly Reivers was playing his part, and he regarded his new companion in misery with greater awe, and swore beneath his breath in unholy admiration. He had excellent opportunity to appreciate Reivers' ability to play the part of a weakling, for the Snow Burner, when not observed, caught his free hand in MacGregor's traces and pulled the full weight of the heavy sledge as if it had been a boy's plaything. "Eh, mon," gasped the weakened Scotchman in relief. "I begin to comprehend now. 'Tis a surprise you're planning for Shanty-Moir. Oh, aye, 'tis a broad joke. But you maun I have me finish him, man. 'Tis my right. And I thank you and will repay you well for the favor you are doing me in my present bunged-up condition." "Favor your eye," snapped Reivers. "It's easier to pull the whole thing than have you dragging on it. Don't think I'm doing it for your sake. You'll have a rude awakening, my friend, if you're building any hopes on me." "I dinna understand you," said MacGregor, with a shake of his head. "You're different from any man I ever met. But at all events, you've made the loads lighter, and I think I must have perished soon had you not done so." "Shut up," hissed Reivers irritably. "I tell you I'm doing it because it's easier for me." His attitude toward the old man was brutally domineering when they were alone, and openly abusive when they were in the presence of Moir or the others. He showered foul epithets upon him, pretended to shoulder the greater part of the work on him, and abused him in a fashion that won the approval of the three brutes over them. "Make him do his share, old sonny," roared Moir. "Wilt have the prod? Joey, give him the prod so he can poke up the jackass when he lags back." "Don't need no prod," boasted Reivers. "I can handle him without any prod. Come on, pull up there, you loafer. Think I'm going to do it all?" MacGregor on such occasions would hold his head low to hide the gleam in his eyes and the grin that strove for room on his tightly pressed lips. His harness was hanging slack. Reivers took more of the load upon himself with every curse that he uttered. All through the day it was Reivers' strength that pulled the heavy sledge up the dirt incline of the tunnel, and at night, when the day's work was done, and MacGregor, tottering feebly toward his bunk, fell helpless through the dugout's flap, Reivers picked him up, laid him down gently, and placed his own blanket beneath his head. God bless you, lad, whispered MacGregor. Shut up, hissed Reivers. I don't want any talk like that. He looked down at the prostrate man for a moment. Then with a muttered curse he unloosened the straps that bound MacGregor's arms to his sides and hurled himself over to his own side of the shack. He was very angry with himself. Pity and succor for the helpless had never before been a part of his creed. Why should he trouble about MacGregor? "I'll have to strap you up again in the morning," he flung out suddenly. "But it won't hurt to have your hands free for the night. Shut up. Lay still. I hear somebody coming." End of chapter 42. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 43 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 43. The Penalty of a White Man's Mind. "Oh, Snow Burner!" It was Tilly who came, bearing the evening food, and Reivers crept out on the sand to meet her. "Oh, Snow Burner," she whispered quietly, "I am weary of this camp. The air is bad, and the country is not open. It is in my heart to poison Iron Hair as soon as the Snow Burner says we are ready to go from this place." Reivers stared at her. A short while ago he would not have been shocked in the slightest degree to have heard this, to her natural speech, fall from Tilly's lips, but of late another woman, another kind of woman, had been in his thoughts, and Tilly's words left him speechless for the moment. The squaw continued placidly, "The Snow Burner comes here after gold?" "Yes." "And when he has the gold, we go away?" "Yes." "Good. The pig, Iron Hair, wears a great belt of buckskin about his middle. The gold is in there, much of it. I will poison him tonight, and we will take the belt and go away from here in the morning." Reivers made no reply. Here was success offered him without so much as a move of his hand. He need have no part of it, none at all. Tilly would bring him the gold belt. That was what he had come for, and hitherto he had never let anything in the world stand between him and the gratification of his desires. Yet he hesitated. "Is there more gold here than Iron Hair wears in his belt?" asked Tilly. Reivers shook his head. "Then why wait?" Her whisper was full of amazement. "It is not like the Snow Burner. Was there ever a man who could make him do his will? And yet now the Snow Burner labors for Iron Hair like a woman." "Like a woman?" He repeated her bold words in surprise, while she sat humbly awaiting the careless, backhand blow which knocked her rolling on the sand. "And was that hand like the hand of a woman?" he asked. Tilly picked herself up with a gleam of hope in her eyes. It was long since the Snow Burner had struck her strongly. "Oh, Snow Burner," she whispered proudly as she crawled back to his side. "Why do we wait? It is all ready. The Snow Burner knows where the gold is that he came for. Tilly will do her share. The sleep medicine is sewed in the corner of my blanket. There is enough to kill this big pig, Iron Hair, and his men 3 times over. Will not the Snow Burner give the sign for Tilly to put the sleep medicine in their food? Then they will sleep and not awaken, and the Snow Burner and Tilly can go away with the gold. Was it not so that the Snow Burner wished to do?" Reivers nodded. That was what he wished. It was very simple. Only a nod. After that, the sleep medicine, the tasteless Indian poison, the secret of which Tilly possessed, and which she would have used on 100 men had Reivers given the word. Yes, it was very simple, except that he could not forget Hattie MacGregor. The memory of her each hour had grown clearer, more torturing. Because of it he had taken the killing load of work from her father's shoulders. Because of it he was growing weak. He swore mutteringly as he thought of it. He had permitted her memory to soften him, to make a boy of him. But now he was himself again. Tillie's words had done their work. He turned toward the squaw, and she saw by the look in his eyes that the Snow Burner at last was going to give the fatal sign. "To-night," she pleaded. "Let it be to-night. It is a bad camp here. The air is not good. Iron Hair is a pig. Let me give the sleep medicine to-night. Then we go from here in the morning, together." She crept closer to him, slyly smiling up at him, and suddenly Reivers flung her away with a movement of loathing and sprang up, tall and straight. "No," he said quietly, "not to-night." And Tillie crouched at his feet. "Snow Burner," she whispered, "I hear Iron Hair and his men talk. They go away soon. They take the gold with them. Does not the Snow Burner want the gold?" Reivers looked down upon her. He was standing up, stiff and proud, as he should stand, but as he had not stood since he had begun to play at being a drunken squaw-man. "I do not want you to help me get the gold," he said slowly. "I do not want you to give Iron Hair the sleep medicine, to-night or any night. I will take the gold from Iron Hair without your help. I have spoken." He stood looking down at her, and Tillie, looking up at him, once more was reminded that he was a white man, and that the vast gulf between them never might be bridged. Wearily, hopelessly, she rose to her feet. "The Snow Burner has spoken. I have heard," she whispered, and went humbly back into the large dugout. Reivers laughed a small laugh of bitterness as he heard the flap drop behind her. He threw his head far back and gazed up at the slit of starlit sky that showed above the mouth of the cavern, and for once in his life he felt the common insignificance of humankind alone in the vast scheme of nature. He was weak. He had thrown away the easy way to success. He had let the memory of Hattie MacGregor's face, flaring before his eyes in the instant that Tillie thrust her lips up to his, beat him. He threw up his great arms and held them out, tense and hard as bars of living steel. He felt of his shoulders, his biceps, his chest, his legs, and he laughed sardonically. "Body, you're just as superior to other men's bodies as you ever were," he mused. "Yes, Body, you're just as fit to rend and prey on others as ever. But you're handicapped now. You're not permitted to do things as you used to do them. Body, you're paying the penalty of being burdened with a white man's mind." MacGregor looked up as Reivers re-entered the dugout bearing the evening food. A tiny fire in one corner lighted up the room, and by its flickering flames he saw Reivers' face. "Blood o' God!" whispered the old man in awe. "What's come over you, man?" He rose on his elbow and peered more closely. "Man, man, you have not overcome Shanty-Moir. You have not finished him without letting me—" Reivers laughed. "What are you talking about? Do I look as if I'd been fighting?" MacGregor studied him seriously. "I dunno," said he slowly. "I dunno that you look as if you had been fighting. But you come in with your head high up, and the look in your eyes of a man who has conquered. That I do know. Tell me, lad, what's taken place with you outside?" "None of your business," snapped Reivers. "Here's your supper." And he returned to his side of the dugout to sit down to think. He was on his mettle now. He had put to one side the easy, certain way to success that Tillie had offered. Success was not to be so easy as he had thought. Thus far it had been easy. He had met Moir, he had won his way into the mine, he had learned where the gold was hidden, all as he had planned. Remained to get the gold and get safely away. The time to do it in was short. Reivers' experienced miner's eyes had told him that the pocket was perilously near to being mined out. Any day, any hour now, and the pay streak which they were following might end in barren dirt. That would be the end of his opportunity. Moir and his men would waste no time in the Deadlands after making their cleanup. They would pack and travel at once southward to the railroad. They would not permit even so harmless an individual as a sodden Squaw-Man to trail them. Hence Reivers knew that he must find or make his opportunity without waste of time and strike the instant it was found or made. He had been unable to find an opportunity that first day. Moir in his camp was a different man from Moir on the trail. He was the boss man here, and Reivers granted him ungrudged admiration for it. Liquor was his master on the trail. Here he was master of it. His treatment of Joey and Tammy in the morning had explained his attitude on that question too clearly to make it worth while to attempt to entice him into a bout at drinking. Moir was boss here, boss of himself and others, and he always had his six-shooter handy to prove it. Tammy and Joey wore knives at their hips, but no guns. Moir's .30-40 rifle hung carelessly on a nail near the door of his dugout. This had puzzled Reivers at first. Would a bad man like Moir be so simple as to leave his rifle where anyone might lay hands on it, and carry a six-shooter in a manner to provoke a gunfight? When he was ordered to carry a pail of water to the dugout, Reivers managed to take a careful look at the rifle, and the puzzle was explained. The breech block had been taken out, and the fine weapon was no more deadly than any club 8 pounds in weight. His respect for Moir had increased with this discovery. Evidently Moir was not so thick-headed after all. He took no chances. The only effective shooting iron in camp was his six-shooter, and with this he was thoroughly master of the situation. In the first hour Reivers had noticed that Moir had a system of guarding himself. It was the system of the primitive fighting man, and it consisted solely of "let no man get at your back." At no time, whether in the mine, at the washing pans, in the open, or in the dugout, did Moir permit anyone to get behind him. He made no distinction. In the pit he stood with Joey before him. At the pans he worked behind Tammy. When the others grouped together he whirled as smoothly as a lynx if anyone made to pass in his rear. Even when he sat at ease in the dugout with Tillie, he placed his back against the bare stone wall at the rear of the room. So much Reivers had seen during his first day in the camp. "Does he sleep soundly at night?" he asked suddenly. "Who?" asked MacGregor. "Moir, of course." "Soundly?" The Scotchman gritted his teeth. "Aye, as soundly as a lynx lying down by its kill in a wolf country." Reivers smiled a grim smile. There was no chance, then, of rushing Shanty-Moir in his sleep. It would be harder to get the gold and get away than he had expected. In fact, the difficulties of it presented quite a problem. He liked problems, did the Snow Burner, and his smile grew more grim as he rolled himself in his blankets and lay down to wait, dream-tortured by pictures of Hattie MacGregor, for the coming of daylight of the day in which he had resolved to force the problem to solution. End of chapter 43. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 44 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 44. The Madness of Hell Camp Reivers. The day opened as the day before had opened. A bellow from Shanty-Moir, and Reivers strapped MacGregor into his harness again, and they tumbled out to their rude morning meal. Again Moir stood a distance away, the big six-shooter balanced easily in his hand. But this morning Joey and Tammy, over by the pit mouth, also were awaiting the appearance of their two beasts of burden, and Reivers instantly sensed something new and sinister afoot. At the sight of MacGregor's decrepitude, as, stiff and tottering, he made his way to his meal, Joey and Tammy strove vainly to conceal the wolfish grins that appeared on their ugly faces. "Aye, Shanty, art quite right. Is worth his keep no longer," said Tammy. "Hast been a fair animal for a Scotch jackass, but does not thrive on his oats no more." "One fair day's work left in him," said Joey, appraising MacGregor shrewdly. "We'll knock off a little early, eh, Shanty, so's to have delight to see him swim." "Would not miss the sight of that for a pound of dust," replied Shanty, and the three roared fiendishly together. "You poor misbegotten spawn," said MacGregor, quietly beginning to eat, eyeing them one after the other. "I'll live to spit on the shamed corpses of the lot of you." As the day's work began, Reivers started to calculate each move that he and Moir made with a view to discovering the opportunity he was looking for. All that he wished was a chance to rush Shanty without giving the latter an opportunity to use his gun. The odds of 3-1 against him, and Joey and Tammy armed with knives, he accepted as a matter of course. But a six-shooter in the hands of a man who could use one as Shanty-Moir could was a shade too much even for him to venture against. The manner in which Moir had shot up the tin cup the morning before proved how alert and sure was his trigger finger. To make the suspicion of a move toward him, with the gun in his hand, would have spelled instant ruin. As he watched now, Reivers saw that Moir was more vigilant than ever. He kept far away from the pit mouth. The gun either was in his hand or hanging ready in the holster. And when Reivers saw the first load of sand, he understood why. The pay streak had paid out. They were winnowing the drippings of dust washed down from the pocket now, and this job soon would be done. Moir was not taking any chances of losing at this stage of affairs. The fortune was in his grasp. He would break camp and be off in the same hour that the sand began to run low grade. He took no part in the work today. He merely stood and watched. And Reivers watched back, and the hours passed, and the short day began to draw to a close, and still not the slightest chance to rush Shanty-Moir and live had presented itself. As the early twilight began to creep down into the cavern, the ugly grins with which Joey and Tammy regarded MacGregor began to increase. Suddenly Tammy, washing a pan of sand in the brook, threw up both hands. "Not a trace in the last load, Shanty," he shouted. "All out," came Moir's bellow, as if he had been waiting for the signal. Joey and Tammy threw down their tools and came over and stood behind Reivers and MacGregor, who came up dragging a loaded sledge behind them. "Take that load down yonder," ordered Moir, pointing to the black tunnel into which the creek disappeared in leaving the cavern. Tammy and Joey followed, grinning, 2 paces behind the sledge. Moir, gun in hand, walked 10 feet behind them. "Whoa!" he laughed when Reivers and MacGregor had drawn up against the cliff beside the stream's exit. "You can unhitch the old jackass now, my sons. Then over with it, quick." With a yelp, Tammy and Joey tore loose MacGregor's traces. They held him between them, and in his bound and weakened condition he was unable to struggle or turn around. Before Reivers could move they had hurled MacGregor into the deep water in the tunnel. He sank like a stone and the current sucked him in. "Good-bye, MacGregor of the big boasts," laughed Moir, but he laughed a trifle too soon. In the instant that the current bore MacGregor into the darkness of the tunnel, his face bobbed up above the waters. He looked up and looked straight into Reivers' eyes. It was not a look of appeal. It was the same look that had been in the eyes of Hattie MacGregor the day when Reivers had left her cabin. Then Hell Camp Reivers felt himself going mad. He hit Tammy so hard and true that he flew through the air and struck against Moir. The next instant Reivers was diving like a flash into the black water, groping for MacGregor, while the current swept him into the total darkness. He heard the bullet from Moir's revolver strike the water behind him in the instant that his hands found MacGregor, heard mocking laughter as he pulled the old man's head above water. Then the current whirled him and his burden away. It whisked him downstream with a power irresistible. It threw him from side to side against the ragged rock walls. It sucked him and the load he bore down in deep whirlpools and spewed them up again. He bumped his head against the stone roof of the tunnel and swore. The roof was a scant foot above the water. He put his hand up. The roof was getting closer to the water with every yard. Soon there was only room for their upturned faces above the water. Reivers laughed heartily. So this was to be the end. The joke was on him. After all he had gone through, he was to drown like a silly fool through a fool's impulse. Presently roof and water came together. For a moment Reivers fought with his vast strength, holding his own for an instant against the current, hanging on to the last few seconds of life with a fury of effort. The current proved too strong. It sucked them under. The water closed above them. They were whirled and buffeted to the last breath of life in them, and then suddenly their heads slipped above water and they were looking straight up at the gray winter sky. End of chapter 44. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 45 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 45. A Surprise for Shanty-Moir. Reivers caught hold of a spear of rock the instant his head came out of water, and held on. He did not try to think or understand at first. Sufficient to know that he was alive and to pump his lungs full of the air they were crying for. He held MacGregor under his left arm, and he rather wondered that he hadn't let him go in that moment when he went under. MacGregor was beginning to revive too. Reivers looked around. There was not much to see. They were in a tiny opening in the rocks, a yard or two in length. It was a duplicate of Moir's cavern on a miniature scale, except that here the rock walls were not high or impossible to climb. For this space the brook showed itself once more to the sun, then vanished again under the cliffs. "Is it heaven?" gasped MacGregor, only half conscious. "Nearer hell," laughed Reivers. He lifted himself and his burden out of the water to a resting place on a shelf of rock. For a minute or two he sat looking up at the rock walls and the gray sky above them. He looked down at the water, at the spot where they had been spewed from death back into life. And then he leaped upright and laughed so that the rocks rang with it, laughed so that MacGregor's senses cleared and he looked at his savior in consternation. His laughter was the uncontrollable, heart-free laughter of the man who suddenly sees a great joke upon his enemy. He smote MacGregor between the shoulder blades so he gasped and coughed. He tore the straps and harness from his arms, body, and legs, tossed him up in the air, shook him, and set him down on the rock. "I've got him," he said at last. "Oh, Shanty-Moir, what a surprise you have coming to your own black self!" MacGregor, with his senses cleared enough to realize that he was alive and to remember how the miracle had come about, said quietly, "Man, that was the bravest thing I ever saw a man do." "What?" "Diving into that hole after me." "Oh, to hell with that. That's past. The past doesn't count, not when the very immediate future is so full of juice and interest as happens to be the case just now. I've got Shanty-Moir, old-timer. Do you understand? He's mine, and all that he's got is mine, and he's going to be surprised. Oh, how surprised he's going to be!" MacGregor looked down at the 2 yards of rushing water, up at the rock walls, and then at the jubilant Reivers. "I dinna see it," he said dryly. "Really?" Reivers suddenly became interested in him as if he presented a rare mental problem. "Can't you make that simple mind of yours work out the simple solution of this problem?" MacGregor shook his head. "What I see is this. We're alive, and that only for the present. We're in a little hole in the Dead Lands. Happen we climb out of the hole, we have no dogs, food, or weapons. The nearest camp is 2 good days' mushing, with good fresh dogs. Too far. If I could manage to stagger 5 miles, I'd surprise myself. There is not so much as a dry match on us. No, I maun say, lad, my simple mind does not see the solution of the problem." "Try again, Mac," urged Reivers. "Make your mind work. What do we need to make our condition blessed among men? What do men need to be well fitted on the winter trail? You can make your mind do that some, can't you?" "We need," replied MacGregor doggedly, "dogs and food and fire and weapons." "Correct. And now what's the next thought that your gray matter produces after that masterpiece?" "That the nearest place where we may obtain these things is too far away for us to make, unless happen we meet someone on the trail, which is not likely." "Pessimism," laughed Reivers. "Too much caution stunts the possibility of the mind. Interesting demonstration of the fact, with your mind as an example." He turned and smote with the flat of his hand the stone wall from under which they had just emerged. "What's the other side of those rocks, Mac?" "Shanty-Moir and his 6-shooter." "And dogs, and food, and matches, and cartridges, and gold. Everything. Everything to make us kings of the country, Mac. And they're ours. Ours as surely as if we had 'em in our hands now." "I dinna see it," said MacGregor. "Pessimism again. How can Moir and his gang get out of their camp?" "Upstream by the creek, of course." "Any other way?" "There's the way we came, but they do not know that." "Correct. And when we've plugged up that single exit they can't get away from us, Mac, and then we've got 'em." MacGregor's eyes lighted up, then he grew dour again. "We have got 'em if we plug up the river, I see," he admitted. "But when we have got them, what good does it do us? What are you going to do then?" "That's the surprise, Mac. I won't tell even you." He looked swiftly for a way up the rock walls, and found one. "The first question is, Do you think you can climb after me up that crevice there?" "I could climb through hell and back again if it would help in getting Shanty-Moir." "All right. I can't quite give you hell, but I'll give Shanty-Moir an imitation of it before he's much older. Come on. We've got some work to do before it gets dark." He led the way into the crevice he had marked for the climb up from the hole, and boosted MacGregor up before him. It was slow, hard work, but MacGregor's weak hold slipped often, and he came slipping down upon Reivers' shoulders. In the end Reivers impatiently pulled him down, took him on his back and crawled up, and with a laugh rolled himself and his burden in the snow on top of the cliffs. A few rods away smoke was rising through the opening above Moir's camp, and at the sight of it MacGregor's numbed faculties came to life. "Let me go, man," he pleaded as Reivers caught him as he staggered toward the opening. "It's my chance, man. I can kill the cur with a rock from up here." "Save your strength. I've got use for it," said Reivers. "Can you walk? All right. Come on, then, and don't try to get near that gap." Taking MacGregor by the hand, he led the way carefully around the big opening till they came to the opposite side of the mass of rocks, where the creek entered the tunnel by which Moir reached his camp. Crawling and slipping, they made their way down until they stood beside the bed of the stream. "Now to work, Mac," said Reivers, and seizing a rock bore it to the tunnel's mouth and dropped it into the water. "Aye, aye," chuckled MacGregor, as he understood the significance of this move. "We'll wall the curs in." For half an hour they labored. Reivers carried and rolled the heaviest rocks he could move into position across the tunnel, and MacGregor staggered beneath smaller pieces to fill up the chinks. When their work was finished there was a rock wall across the mouth of the tunnel which it would have been almost impossible to tear down, especially from the inside. It was growing dark when the task was completed, and Reivers nodded in great satisfaction. "That'll hold 'em long enough for my purpose, and we just made it in time," he said. "Now come on up the mountain again, and then for the surprise." "The surprise, man?" panted MacGregor as he toiled up the rocks. "What are you going to do? Tell me, what's in your head?" "Hush, hush," laughed Reivers, pulling him up to the top. "Your position is that of the onlooker. It would spoil it for you if you knew what was going to happen." "An onlooker, me, when it's a case of getting Shanty-Moir? Don't say that, lad. Don't leave me out. He's mine. You know that by all the rights of men and gods it's my right to get him. Give me my just share of revenge." "Shut up." They were nearing the brink of the opening. Reivers' hand covered MacGregor's mouth as they leaned over and looked down upon the unsuspecting men in the cavern below. In the shut-in spot night had fallen. On the sand before the dugout Tilly was cooking over a brisk fire, going about her work as calmly as if nothing of moment had happened during the afternoon. Near by, Moir and Joey were packing the dog sledge and repairing harness, evidently preparing to take the trail after the evening meal. Tammy sat by the fire, holding together with both hands the pieces of his nose, which Reivers' blow had smashed flat on his face. Reivers scarcely looked at the men, but began to scan the walls for a way to get down. The walls slanted inwardly from the top, and at first it seemed impossible that a man could get safely into the cavern without the aid of a rope. But presently Reivers saw that for 30 feet directly above the large dugout the rocks were ragged enough to afford plenty of holds for hands and feet. The walls were nearly 50 feet high. If he could reach to the bottom of this rough space he would be hanging with his feet 10 or 12 feet above the cavern floor. "Good enough," he said aloud. "It's a cinch." "A cinch it is," breathed MacGregor softly. "We'll roll up a pile of rocks and kill 'em like rats in a pit. But you maun leave Shanty to me, lad. I—" "Shut up!" Reivers thrust the Scotchman back from the brink. "Do you want me to go after the harness for you? I told you that your job was to be the onlooker. I settle this thing with Shanty-Moir myself." "But, man—" "Moir kicked me, do you understand? He placed his dirty foot on me. Do you see why I'm going to do it by myself?" "Placed his foot on you? God's blood! What has he done to me? Robbed me, made an animal of me, stabbed me with a prod. Who has the better right to his foul life?" "It isn't a case of right, but of might, Mac," chuckled Reivers. "I've got the better might. Therefore, will you give me your word that you'll refrain from interfering with my actions until I've paid my debt to Mr. Moir, or must I go back after the harness and strap you up?" "Cruel—" "Promise." "I promise," said MacGregor. "But it's wrong, sore wrong. I protest." "All right, protest all you want to, but do it silently. Not another word or sound out of you now until the job's done." Together they crawled back into the brink above the large dugout and peered down into the darkening cavern. In a flash Reivers had his mackinaw and boots off. The cooking fire was deserted. No one was in sight. Moir and his men and Tilly were at supper in the dugout, and Reivers' chance had come. He swung himself silently over the brink and hung by a handhold on the rock. "Don't interfere, Mac," he said warningly. "Not till I've paid Shanty-Moir for the touch of his foot." End of chapter 45. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 46 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 46. A Fight That Was a Fight. With a twist of his body he threw his stockinged feet forward and caught toe-holds on the rough surface of the wall. Next he released his right hand and fumbled downward till he found a solid piece of protruding rock. Having tested it thoroughly, he let go his holds with both feet and left hand and dropped his full weight into the grip of his right. Above him, MacGregor, with his face glued to the brink of the opening, gasped twice, once because he was sure Reivers was dropping straight to the bottom, and again when his right hand took the shock of his full weight without loosening its grip. Reivers heard and looked up and smiled. Then he swung his feet inward again, secured another hold, lowered his right hand to another sure grip, and so made his startling way down the inwardly slanting cliff. At the third desperate drop MacGregor drew back, unable to stand the strain of watching. Had Reivers been able to see on top of the cliff he would have laughed, for the Scotchman was down on his knees in the snow, earnestly praying. Finally MacGregor summoned up courage to peer down once more. Then he knew his prayers had been answered. Reivers was hanging easily by his hands, directly above the front of the large dugout, and his feet were less than 10 feet above the bottom of the cave. MacGregor gave a whoop of thanksgiving and gathered to him an armful of stones. For a moment Reivers hung there, looking down and appraising the situation. He loosened his hold until his whole weight hung on the ends of his fingers. "Come out and fight, Shanty," he bellowed suddenly. "Come out, you cheap cur, and fight like a man." Nothing loath Moir came, responding like a wild animal on the instant of the weird challenge from above. Like a wild man he came, six-shooter in hand, tearing the front of the dugout away in his rush, and Reivers dropped and struck him neatly the instant he appeared. It was a carefully aimed drop. Landing on Moir's neck, Reivers would have killed him. He had no wish to kill him, yet. He landed on Moir's shoulders, and the six-shooter went flying away as the two bodies crashed together and dropped on the sand with a thud. Reivers was up first. It was well that he was. Tammy and Joey were only a step behind Moir. Like wildcats they clawed at Reivers, and like wildcats they rolled on the ground when his fists met them. Then Moir was up on his feet. His senses were a little dull, but he saw enough of the situation to satisfy him. Before him was something to fight, to rush, to annihilate. And he rushed. Up on the cliff the maddened MacGregor yelped joyously, a stone in each hand, as Reivers leaped forward to meet the rush and struck. Shanty-Moir had expected a grapple, and Reivers' fist caught him full in the mouth and threw him back on his shoulders a man's length away. When Moir arose then, the lower part of his face had the appearance of crushed meat, but he growled through the blood and rushed again. Reivers struck, and Moir's nose disappeared in a welter of blood and gristle. He struck again, but Moir came on and locked him in his huge arms. Joey and Tammy were up now. Their knives were out. They saw their chance and leaped forward to strike at Reivers' back. With his life depending upon it, the Snow Burner swung Moir's great body around, and Joey and Tammy stayed their hands barely in time to save plunging their knives into the back of their chief. Growling a wild curse, MacGregor dropped 2 stones the size of his head. One struck Joey on the shoulder and sent him shrieking with pain into the dugout. The other dropped at Reivers' feet. With a yell, he hurled Moir from him and snatched up the stone. Joey, reading his doom in the Snow Burner's eyes, backed away into the brink of the brook. The heavy stone caught him in the chest. Then he struck the water with a splash and was gone. But Moir was up in the same instant, and his arms licked around from behind and raised Reivers off his feet. The hold was broken as suddenly as it was clamped on. They were face to face again, and face to face they fought, trampling the sand and the fire indiscriminately. Each blow from Reivers now splashed blood from Moir's face as from a soaked sponge, and at each blow MacGregor shouted wildly, "That for the kick you gave him, Shanty! That for the dirt you did me!" The dogs, mad with terror, fled up the brook, met the stone wall, and came whining back. They cowered, jammering in fright at the terrible combat which raged, minute after minute, before them. Out of the dugout softly came stealing Tilly. A knife, dropped by Joey or Tammy, gleamed in the light of the fire. She picked it up. With a smile of great contentment on her face, she crept noiselessly toward the struggling men. They were locked in a clinch now, and with the smile widening she moved around behind Moir's broad back. The knife flashed above her head. Reivers saw it. With an effort he wrenched an arm free and knocked the knife away. "Keep away!" he roared, springing out of the clinch. "This is between Iron Hair and me." Up on the cliff MacGregor groaned. In freeing himself Reivers had hurled Moir to one side, and Moir had dropped with his outstretched hands nearly touching his six-shooter, where it had fallen when Reivers had dropped upon him. Like the stab of a snake, his hand reached out and snapped it up. "Your soul to the devil, Shanty-Moir!" shrieked MacGregor, and hurled another stone. His aim was true this time. The stone struck Moir squarely on his big head and drove his face into the sand. He never moved after it. Reivers looked up. On the brink of the cliff MacGregor on his knees was chanting his war cry, his thanks that vengeance had not been denied him. Reivers smiled. "That's a good song, Mac, whatever it is," he laughed, when the maddened Scotchman had grown quieter. "But the fact remains that you disobeyed my orders and interfered." "Aye, I interfered. I hurled a stone and sent the black soul of Shanty-Moir back to his brother, the devil," chanted MacGregor. "But, lad, I did not interfere until you'd paid him in full, until you'd paid double, for the kicks he gave you. 3 of them were there, and they were armed and you with bare fists. God's blood! Never since men stood up with fist to fist has there been such fighting. 1 disabled and 2 men dead. Dead you are, you poor pups, and I can tell by the way you lived where you're roasting now. I has seen a man fight. I has seen what I shall never forget, and, poor stick that I am compared to him, I have even had a hand in it myself. Man, would you grudge me a little bite after your belly's full of battle?" Reivers spoke quietly and coldly. "Go down and tear out as much of the stone wall as you can. I'll take the heavy stones from this side." He turned to Tilly. "Take the big belt from Iron Hair and give it to me. Then make all ready for the trail. We march tonight." And Tilly, as she harnessed the dogs, spat upon Iron Hair, the beaten. End of chapter 46. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 47 of The Snow Burner by Henry OYEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 47. The Snow Burner Pays. And now the Snow Burner has his gold. He has robbed the great Iron Hair in his own camp. Great is the Snow Burner. Now he has the gold which he longed for. Now he is rich. The white men will bow down to him. Great is the Snow Burner. Tilly crouched beside Reivers as, an hour later, he stood on the edge of the Dead Lands and triumphantly crooned the saga of his success. The gold belt of Shanty-Moir hung heavily over his shoulder, its great weight constantly reminding him of the fortune that it contained. The dogs were held in leash, eager to be quit of the harsh rock chasms through which they had just traveled, and to strike their lope on a trail over the open country beyond. MacGregor sat wearily on one side of the sledge. The exertions and excitement of the afternoon had exhausted him in his weakened condition. He sat slumped together, only half conscious of what was going on. In a moment he would be sound asleep. And Reivers had the gold. He had succeeded. He had the gold, and he had a supply of food and a strong, fresh team of dogs eager for the trail. All that was necessary was to turn the dogs toward the south. 2, 3, 4 days traveling and he would strike the railroad. And the railroad ran to tidewater, and on the water steamboats would carry him away to the world he had planned to return to. It was very simple, as simple as had been Tilly's scheme for getting rid of Moir. But he couldn't do it. He didn't want to do it. He wanted to do just one thing now, above all others, and that was what he had set out to do. He stood down and strapped the belt of gold around MacGregor's middle. MacGregor was sound asleep now, so he placed him on the sledge and bound him carefully in place. Tilly's chant died down in astonishment. "We take the Old One with us?" she asked. "We do," said Reivers. "Hi-ya! Together there! Mush! Mush up!" To Tilly's joy he turned the dogs to the northwest, in the direction of the camp of her people. The Snow Burner was lost to her. She knew that, when he had refused to help with Shanty-Moir, but it was something to have him come back to the camp. Reivers, driving hard and straight all night, brought his team up the riverbed to Tilly's camp in the morning. MacGregor was out of his head by then, and for the day they stopped to rest and feed. Reivers sat in the big tepee alone with MacGregor and fed him soft food which the old squaws had prepared. In the evening he again tied the old man and the belt of gold to the sledge and hitched up the dogs. Tilly had read her doom in his eyes, but nevertheless she came out to the sledge prepared to follow. "You do not come any farther," said Reivers as he picked up the dog whip. Tilly nodded. "I know. With gold the Snow Burner can be a great man among the white women. Will the Snow Burner come back some time?" "I will never come back." "Ah!" Tilly's breath came fiercely. "So there is one white woman, then. If I had known—" But Reivers was whipping and cursing the dogs and hurrying out of hearing. MacGregor, clear-headed from the rest and food, but still weak, lifted his head and looked around as the sledge sped over the frozen snow. "A new trail to me, lad," he said. "Where to now?" "On a fool's trail," laughed Reivers bitterly, and drove on. Next morning MacGregor recognized the land ahead. "Straight for Dumont's camp we're heading, lad," he said. "Is it there we go?" "Yes." They came to Dumont's camp as night fell. Reivers halted and made sundry inquiries. "In a shack halfways between here and 50 Mile," was the substance of the replies. "Hi-yah! Mush up!" and they were on the trail again. At daylight the next day, from a rise in the land, he saw the shack that had been designated. Smoke was rising from the chimney, and a small figure that he knew even at that distance came out, filled a pail with snow, and went in again. Reivers stopped his dogs some distance from the shack. He threw MacGregor, gold belt and all, over his shoulder and went up to the door and knocked. For a second or two he smiled triumphantly as Hattie MacGregor opened the door and stood speechless at what she saw. Then he bowed low, laid his burden on the floor, and went out without a word. The dogs shuddered as they heard him laugh coming back to them. "Hi-yah! Mush!" He drove them furiously into a gully that shut out the sight of the shack and sat down on the sledge. The dogs whined. It was the time for the morning meal, and the master was making no preparations to eat. "Still, you curs!" The whip fell mercilessly among them, and they crouched in terror. The time went by. The sun began to climb upward in the sky. Still the man sat on the sledge, making no preparations for the morning meal. The memory of the whip cuts died in the dogs' minds under the growing clamor of hunger. They began to whine again. "Still!" The master was on his feet, but the whip had fallen from his hand. Down at the end of the gully a small figure was coming over the snow. She was running, and her red hair flowed back over her shoulders, and she laughed aloud as she came up to him. The pain was gone from Hattie MacGregor's lips, and her whole face beamed with a complete, unreasoning happiness, but the pride of her breed shone in her eyes even unto the end. "Well, well," sneered Reivers. "Aren't you afraid to come so near anything that pollutes the air?" She laughed again. She did not speak. She only looked at him and smiled, and by the Eve wisdom in the smile he knew that his secret was hers. He felt himself weakening, but the Snow Burner died hard. He tried to laugh his old, cold laugh, but the ice had been thawed in it. "What do you want?" he sneered. "I'm not a good enough man for you. Why did you come out here?" "Because I knew you would not go away again," she said. "And because now I know you are a good enough man for me." "You red-haired trull!" He raised his hand to strike her. She did not flinch. She merely smiled up at him confidently, contentedly. Suddenly she caught his clenched fist in her hands and kissed it. With a curse, Reivers swung around on his dogs. "Hi-ya! Mush! Mush out of here!" Out of the gully into the open he kicked and drove them. He did not look back. He knew that she was following. She followed patiently. She knew that there was nothing else for her to do. She had known it the first day she had looked into his eyes. He was her man, and she must follow him. So she trudged on behind her man as he forced the tired dogs to move. She smiled as she walked, and the wisdom of Eve was in her smile. She had reason to smile, for the Snow Burner was driving straight toward the little shack. The End. End of chapter 47. Recording by Roger Melin. End of the Snow Burner by Henry OYEN.